So good morning, everyone. My name is Carol Wu. I'm a senior advisor for the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, otherwise referred to as WIAMPI. I am also a designated federal officer for the President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, which I will refer to as the Commission. It is my pleasure to welcome everyone to this third quarterly meeting of the Commission. Since our last meeting on May 12th, our commissioners have been hard at work, speaking with subject matter experts, deliberating, and preparing recommendations that will be shared in detail both with the full Commission and the public during today's meeting. Thank you to all of our distinguished commissioners for continuing to share your time, expertise, and knowledge. As you may be aware, this is a Federal Advisory Committee, and it operates under the regulations of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. The advisory committee process ensures independent review in an open and public manner with opportunities for public participation. In order to make sure that all voices are heard, we need your cooperation in organizing communication with the Commission. For our community members and partners who are watching the live stream of this meeting, the broadcast includes an American Sign Language interpreter and closed captioning services for those who are hard of hearing. We will not be having oral comments at this meeting. However, you may submit written comments to aanhpicommission@hhs.gov. That is aanhpicommission@hhs.gov. We want to ensure a public and transparent process, and we want to hear from you. Your messages will be shared with the Commission for their consideration. If any of members of the Commission are contacted by special interest groups, please refer the contact to the WIAMPI team. We will arrange to share the information with the full Commission. I also invite everyone to visit our website at hhs.gov/about/WIAMPI for updates on the White House Initiative and the Commission to learn more about our activities. There you can find information about the Commission, including the Commission's charter, commissioner bios, and the meeting materials. We will also announce upcoming Commission meeting dates and locations on our website and through the Federal Register notice. With that, I would now like to introduce Ms. Crystal Ka'ai. Crystal is the Executive Director of WIAMPI and the Commission. She is the first Native Hawaiian to be appointed to this role, where she is responsible for advising the Biden-Harris administration on the coordination and implementation of federal programs, policies, and initiatives to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islander communities. It is a great honor and privilege to introduce Executive Director Ka'ai.
Thank you, Carol, and aloha and good morning, everyone. As the Executive Director of both the White House Initiative and the President's Advisory Commission on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, it is my honor to welcome you all to today's meeting of the President's Advisory Commission. In May, President Biden noted during his remarks in the Rose Garden for Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month that there is no single Asian American or Native Hawaiian or Pacific Islander identity, and that the diversity of our cultures and our communities and achievements is what has shaped the very fabric of this country. The leadership of all of our commissioners represented here today and your lived experiences are a reflection of this great diversity that makes our nation amazing, and your dedication to advancing equity, justice, and opportunity for the AA and NHPI community ensures that the voices of those who have not always had a voice or a seat at the table in our federal government have that opportunity under this administration. So we are very grateful to all of our commissioners here today who have flown in from all across the country to provide their recommendations, to deliberate and vote on their recommendations to the President on ways to advance equity, justice, and opportunity in line with Executive Order 14031 that the President signed last May to create this Presidential Advisory Commission. And I really want to give a special thank you to our Commission co-chairs, and we are very honored to have one of our co-chairs here today, Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra, who has been a tremendous leader, not just for the Asian American and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander community, but for all Americans, and especially for marginalized and underrepresented populations. I also want to acknowledge Ambassador Catherine Tai, who is the U.S. Trade Representative, our other co-chair. She has had a very busy travel schedule and sends her regrets that she was unable to join us today. And I also want to acknowledge the tremendous leadership of our Chief Commissioner, Sonal Shah, who has provided just invaluable leadership in steering this commission as they are deliberating and developing their recommendations to the president. We've had a very busy summer, and since the commission last convened in May, the commission has finalized 11 recommendations that have been submitted to the president on ways to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for our communities. And this includes everything from promoting health equity to data disaggregation to language access and so much more. And in today's meeting, the commissioners will share additional recommendations that they have developed over the past few months that they will be voting on and sending to the president on a rolling basis. We know that, again, the work that you all are doing is so critical to our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities who have faced so much adversity over the course of the pandemic due to the rise in anti-Asian hate and so many health and economic disparities that have been exacerbated throughout the pandemic. So thank you again, mahalo, nui loa. Thank you very much to our commissioners. And it is now my tremendous honor to introduce our co-chair, Secretary Javier Becerra, who is the 25th Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services and the first Latino to ever hold this office in history. Throughout his career, including as Attorney General of the state of California and his time in Congress as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, Secretary Becerra has consistently broken barriers and championed policies that center families and communities that have historically been marginalized. At HHS, Secretary Becerra oversees an agency that is ensuring that all Americans have access to health care and doing a really amazing job promoting health equity and promoting the health and well-being of all Americans. So again, it is my honor to introduce our co-chair, Secretary Javier Becerra.
Crystal, to you and to Carol, thank you very much for the work that you're doing, the dedication with which you apply yourselves, and to each and every one of the commissioners, we say thank you again. Good morning. On behalf of Ambassador Tai and myself, I want to thank you once again for gathering. This is our third opportunity to come together, and I want to say thank you for the work that you have been doing. At some point, we're going to be able to say, as a community of Americans who care deeply about this country, but about our various communities, that it's no longer the first that time we're doing this, that you're not the first to serve on a commission. This isn't the first commission to come out with results. That won't be the first time a president of the United States has a chance to take on issues that are so critical to all Americans, but certainly to some Americans that are sometimes impacted in ways that others aren't. And so I think we owe a great deal of gratitude to the team of staff members who we don't always see in front of the camera, who have done all this work. And I know you as commissioners would agree with me that there is a team, and Crystal, I don't know if they are all here, but if we could have the team for this commission that's doing all the work and behind the scenes to please stand up, I would appreciate that opportunity to recognize them. Come on, see, they are too shy to stand up. We're not going to stop applauding until you stand up. There you there you go. There we go. Thank you. I used to be a staffer, so I know what it means. You want to make sure that you don't forget the people who have to make everything happen, so thank you for that. Since I last saw you, what was it, in May, your subcommittees have been in full gear, and you've achieved a very important task of preparing what will be great advice to the President of the United States. It will help us advance equity, justice, and opportunity for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, but quite honestly, for all Americans. As I just said before, what we do as first isn't just for us, it's for all of us, and I thank you for that. In this inaugural report, you have detailed more than a dozen recommendations, rooted in personal experience, informed by dozens of meetings with community members and federal officials, all of it to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders throughout our country. Last month, I had the pleasure of reviewing the proposals, and this is something very important because as we get ready to transmit them to the President, we want to make sure we cover all the bases. And I want to thank you for all the work that's been done. My co-chair on the commission, U.S. Trade Representative Ambassador Catherine Tai, as was mentioned before, I know if she could be here, she would say what I'm about to say, and that is we are deeply grateful for the care and dedication you have placed on this work that you did. Every day, we're reminded of the enduring strength and perseverance of all of our communities in America, and many of them impacted in sometimes devastating ways. But yet, with resilience, we stand up. We see our parents, our brothers and sisters, our children accomplish things that only in America do we dream that they can happen. But sometimes this resilience has come at a price. Livelihood, in some cases lives, in the form of violence, health disparities, barriers to economic opportunity. But as the AA and NHPI families across this country know, as we recover from the pandemic and look to pursue that American dream, we all can play a vital role. In Spanish, we have a saying that says, cada uno puede contribuir un granito de arena. Everyone has an opportunity to contribute their grain of sand. And before you know it, you have a mountain. But it starts with that grain of sand. And that's what I think we're doing today. We're adding more than just a few grains of sand in this particular case. We've done some great work, and all these recommendations will add up to, I believe, a mountain of not just dedication, but of a roadmap of where we go together. So thank you for contributing your grain of sand. You're shaping federal policy and strategy that will help us address longstanding inequities. And as you think about it, we're beginning to see some steady progress in this administration's campaign to advance things like data disaggregation and language access across the federal government. And with the U.S. United We Stand Summit at the White House and the release of a joint guidance on hate crimes from the U.S. Departments of Justice, My Health and Human Services, we're prioritizing the safety of the AA and NHPI community. In the last month, President Biden has also reduced costs for all of our families and small businesses while delivering unprecedented funding for NHPI and AA communities on climate resistance. Through the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Reduction Act, we're continuing to expand health insurance coverage for all Americans, including our communities that we're seeking to help through this commission directly. Thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, about 120,000 more AA and NHPIs will have health insurance coverage next year than without it. That's not all. I'm proud to work at an agency that is doing any number of things like providing relief, promoting groundbreaking research, and ensuring an equitable response to the pandemic that we have faced for the last more than 2 years. This includes investing in our community health centers, which specialize in providing culturally and linguistically sensitive care to those who need it most. Just recently, my department awarded nearly $700,000 to the Hawaiian State Department of Health to develop a new center of excellence focused on advancing AA and NHPI behavioral health equity. And the recommendations this commission has made already presented us with useful information in determining our long-term actions moving forward. This is not the end of our work, but as I said to a few of you already, the beginning of our work. I'd like to thank Crystal and her team for their work, their leadership, and certainly as the executive director of this commission, special thanks go to you, personal thanks go to you for making sure you kept us all on our toes and made us deliver a result for the president to work with now into the future. To the staff at the White House Initiative on AA and NHPI, it is important that we recognize you because while we applaud the work that you helped us pull together, now the real work begins, and we still need to have that leadership and, as I say in Spanish, the ganas, the gut, grit, and game that come with it to make it all happen well. I want to acknowledge Erica Moritsugu, who is the Deputy Assistant to the President and AA and NHPI Senior Liaison. It is through Erica that we are able to convey to the President all that we believe is important, and it is through Erica that we're going to be able to move an agenda with the most important person, not just in this country, but in the world when it comes to addressing the issues of equity for our communities. And so we thank Erica in advance for all she has been doing, but more importantly, for all we now need her to do moving forward. I send my regards to Ambassador Tai, who I hope right now is getting a few hours of sleep after having taken a long flight back from her trip to Asia, and who I have had the utmost pleasure in working with as a co-chair. She is a phenomenal leader, and there is no one better to have chairing this commission than Ambassador Tai. To the commissioners, my final words are to you. I view you as partners. I know you as leaders. I see you as those who never give up. I believe you understand the importance of the work that you were tasked to achieve, and I think you still have energy. And I hope at the end of this process, when we look back at the successes, because there will be successes, you will say with pride, there is my grain of sand that I applied here to make this a mountain of success for not just the communities that we are here to serve as commissioners, but to every American, so that every American can benefit from what we call the American dream, because that dream is ours. That dream is what our parents counted on. That is what we preach to our children. And I believe that with those grains of sand that we are each adding, what we are simply saying is that we're continuing the tradition, the great tradition of the American dream in this country. So thank you for what you do. Please recognize that without you, we would not be ready to launch. With you, we will succeed. I appreciate your work. I have to now move to another conference with the President, but I do thank you for the work that you have achieved so far and look forward to working with you in the months ahead. Congratulations.
He's a little taller than I am. Thank you, Secretary Becerra, for all of the grains of sands and the mountains that you bring to this work. We're so grateful for your leadership and your inspiration, your commitment to our communities in your young life that you've demonstrated throughout your career and everything that we hope for and strive for together. I also want to take a teeny moment to honor and name our sisters and brothers in Puerto Rico and Florida. Our thoughts and prayers and actions and investments and commitments to you in this time of crisis are a part of everything that we do every day and every breath that we take as we continue in our everyday lives, but also in these extraordinary times. I do also want to mention he is not present here, but Howard O, to thank him for leading our work for our communities for the past. It's been a year and a half in this administration, but it was long before that. On behalf of our communities in the Office of Public Engagement, his last week was this week, and we thank you for your service. We are grateful for you. We already miss you. And also to Carol Wu for your service. Thank you very much for striving as our chief designated federal official and keeping us both striving forward but also in line, which is super important. I want to also thank each and every one of you across the country for joining us virtually today for our gathering of the President's Advisory Commission on the Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. I'm deeply grateful for the leadership of this commission, our commissioners. y'all are working so hard to embody the values and the spirit of Executive Order 14031's broad mandate to advance equity, justice, and opportunity for our AN and HPI individuals, families, and communities. And I know that you take this charge seriously. Our communities, we know this because we live it, are not a monolith. And it's this very diversity that makes it so important to ensure that those of us at the table, this table, are lifting up the varied viewpoints of all of whom that we represent. Bless you. President Biden made this point very clear in June when he signed into law H.R. 3525, which mandates the study for a national museum of AN and HPI history and culture. This is an important first step in honoring our community's legacy and heritage, demonstrating what it means to be Asian American, Native Hawaiian, or Pacific Islander in this country, and also to share and educate others about our roles in American history. President Biden said at the time, quote, "Throughout our history, Asian American, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders have literally shaped the history and contours of this country. Not just the country, but down to individual communities, the impact that the community has had. All of it has been defined by who you are and who we are as a nation. This museum will be a place to capture the courage, character, imagination, and dreams of our ancestors. And remember, we are our ancestors' wildest dreams." Earlier in his presidency, President Biden said, quote, "One of the reasons why I'm so optimistic about this nation is that today's generation of young Americans is the most progressive, thoughtful, inclusive generation that America has ever seen. And they are pulling us toward justice in so many ways, forcing us to confront the huge gap in economic inequity between those at the very top and those at the very bottom, forcing us to confront the existential crisis of climate, and yes, forcing us to confront systemic racism and white supremacy." And during his remarks in the Rose Garden in May, celebrating AN and HPI Heritage Month, the president said, quote, "Bottom line is we're doing the work to make the real promise of America for every American, a promise that holds that every person is created equal and deserves to be treated equally throughout their lives. We've never fully lived up to that promise, but we've never, ever walked away from it." I'm quoting the president heavily here because I'm reminded today of the president's very own words as we gather as a commission today, as we each come to this table with our unique stories, personal and professional experiences and expertise. You each represent diverse sectors across the country, from community development to law to business to the arts and beyond. It's this rich diversity that drives who we are and what we want to accomplish collectively. And we cannot forget, we also come to this table with an incredible responsibility on our shoulders to make sure that we're not only honoring the legacy of all of those who came before us, but thinking of the generations to come and those who will be impacted by the very decisions that we're going to be making today. Our role is to also uplift and prioritize in our communities those who are too often silenced or forced to live in the shadows. From day one, it has been a priority of this administration to center equity for all historically underserved and marginalized communities, including Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. The broad mandate of Executive Order 14031 and this commission's charge is a direct reflection of that commitment. This commission is uniquely situated to recommend policies to advance inclusion and belonging, prevent anti-Asian hate, promote better data disaggregation, build capacity, increase grant-making and procurement opportunities, improve language accessibility and preservation, and increase public-private partnerships. You've each undertaken your role with passion and intention, and this administration is truly grateful for the hours, the many hours, I know, that you have dedicated to this work, for your thoughtful recommendations, and for the engaging and inclusive conversations to come. Thank you for being in partnership with us. I'm looking forward to today's meeting. Thank you again for being here. And now I'm going to turn it over to Chief Commissioner Sonal Shah, who will lay out the Commission's charge and goals for our time together today.
Okay, I am going to use a very short period of time here because we've got a lot of work to do today to go through all of our recommendations. Again, as Erica, Crystal, and Secretary have said, I just want to say thank you to all of you for the amount of time and effort that goes into building these recommendations. As you all know, and as Crystal has mentioned, the recommendations for May were transmitted to the President. They are now online, so for everybody that's watching, please know that they are on the website. And if you have a chance, please do read those recommendations because they were a lot of hard work from this commission, but also listening to the communities and what was on there. So we're super excited about those. And today we'll be going through more. And as Erica said, with our charge of ensuring that we are representing those communities that sometimes aren't heard and that are making sure that we are giving voice to all of our communities and giving the government a chance to hear from them and know what the communities actually need. So as we go through this, just keep this in mind. I want to also remind us all that, this is the first time this commission is putting recommendations on a rolling basis. So this is the first round. We put out recommendations in May. We'll put them out again today. We'll again discuss this in December. And I know it's important that we also think about the implementation, but recognize that as these recommendations were just transmitted to the President on August 24th, the White House and all of the staff and all of the agencies are just receiving them and absorbing those recommendations. So as we go through this, remember that, let's keep that in mind, but recognize that we're working at a very fast pace because our commission's charge is not, forever, as we are trying to get as much done as possible. So since our last meeting, you all have been meeting once every 2 weeks, for many of you, sometimes once a week. I have tried to attend some of these meetings, but I have to say, y'all are a hardworking group. And many of you are on multiple subcommittees, which is a lot of work. So thank you for all the work that you are doing on that. And as we go through this, I had a chance to read all the recommendations. I look forward to your presentations. Commission's charge, again, for today, not different from what we've done. We've met a lot of people, we've talked to a lot of communities, we've taken in the information, and we're providing this recommendation. You all are providing the recommendation, and this is not even your full-time jobs. So I appreciate the work that's gone into that. This meeting is being live streamed, so we are on camera the whole time we're here. Please keep that in mind. And for those that are watching, it's to make sure we also are transparent and open with you all, so you know what's happening in the commission. It's not a report out. You get to participate. You get to see us as we are going through the work. You will be hearing presentations from the subcommittees who will discuss the recommendations. Each recommendation has been allotted 20 minutes. 5 minutes for the presentation, 5 to 7 minutes for the presentation, 13 minutes for discussion. Really looking forward to hearing that. To the commission, if there is something that you feel does not yet meet the bar, because this is coming from the subcommittees, please make sure that we can send it back for further discussion or further review if we want to, if we need to. But please do listen to this if it requires additional feedback or if you need additional feedback to let us know that. We will vote on these recommendations at the end, so we'll hear all of the recommendations. We're not doing one en masse vote. We will go through each recommendation and vote on each recommendation. They will be presented on the screen behind me. If there are changes to the recommendations, they will be done live, and so as we vote, you will know what the changes were that were submitted. And then remember, we have a strategic planning session that will be for an hour that we will discuss sort of the legacy of the commission, what we want to focus on as we go into the next year, and what are our priorities as we move forward. So we will have that time. And finally, important things. If you want to speak, please put your card up like this. When you are done, please put it back down. And I will keep track of everybody's cards as they go up and make sure we can get as many comments in as possible given the timeframes that we are in. I may not get to everybody given our timeframe that we are trying to stay within, but please know we'll try to get through every one of them as quickly as possible. Finally, you see these mics? We each have them at our tables. There's one between 3 of us. Please turn it on, and then when we are done speaking, please turn it off. So you'll see a red light when it's off and a green light when it is on. But when it is your turn, please do speak into the mic so our audience and those that are watching online can hear us. and we can record this and make sure it's getting captured. So with that, I am actually going to just go ahead and get started with our first recommendation. And Kamal, I believe you are introducing for the Belonging, Inclusion, Anti-Hate, and Anti-Discrimination Subcommittee.
Yes, ma'am. Want to thank Secretary Becerra, Ambassador Tai, Deputy Erica Mortsugu, Executive Director Crystal Kai, Chief Commissioner Sonal Shah, and the rest of everybody, my fellow commissioners, as well as our amazing DFOs and support staff. Carol, we would not have been able to pull this off without you. So thank you, everyone. We are the Belonging, Inclusion, Anti-Asian Hate, Anti-Discrimination Subcommittee. I am told we are the most important and best subcommittee. It's just what I'm told. And I am one of the co-chairs, Kamal Kalsi, and I'm joined here by my esteemed colleague and co-chair, Louisa Blue. Our members are Emily Chen, Grace Wang, Daniel Day Kim, Nahid Qureshi, Smita Shah, and Dr. Robert Underwood, and our amazing DFO, Carol Wu. We spoke with a number of subject matter experts throughout this past quarter, to include Kiran Kaur Gill, Executive Director of SALDEF, Kareem Shora, Executive Vice President, Programs and Policy of Human Rights First, Chad Reefer, Chief Domestic Terrorism Branch, Counterterrorism Mission Center, Office of Intelligence and Analysis at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, Norman Chen, Chief Executive Officer of the Asian American Foundation, Aryani Ong, Senior Advisor, Anti-Hate and Belonging Program, the Asian American Foundation, and Kathy Ko-Chin, Senior Advisor Programs, the Asian American Foundation, TAF. We also spoke with Stuart Kuo, co-founder and co-executive director of the Asian American Education Project, Dr. Virginia Lohagan, co-executive director, the Asian American Education Project, and Sandy Sakamoto, director of Creative Development and Council of the Asian American Education Project. We also spoke with Rosemarie Hidalgo, Special Assistant to the President and Senior Advisor on Gender-Based Violence at the White House Gender Policy Council. The priority issue areas that we spoke with these subject matter experts about are prevention of anti-Asian hate, education about AA and NHPI communities, increasing resources for victims, uplifting AA and NHPI youth, ways to address online harassment and abuse targeting AA and NHPI communities, preventing gun violence targeting AA and NHPI communities, equity review of federal government law enforcement trainings and trainers, equity review of federal recognition of cultural and religious holidays, creating a national database of individuals convicted of hate crimes, and increasing federal transparency on data regarding domestic terrorism and white supremacist organizations. We would be remiss if we did not speak about all the hate and violence that has occurred against our communities over the past quarter and throughout the year. And so my friend and colleague, amazing activist and thought leader and Hollywood celebrity, Daniel Day Kim, will now speak on that.
Thank you, Kamal. You're a hard act to follow. And nice to see you all today. As we meet, current events continue to tell us that the work of our subcommittee remains as important and as vital as ever. Hate incidents against our community continue unabated. In fact, according to the FBI's annual Hate Crime Statistics Report, in 2021, crimes against the AA and NHPI community rose 73% from the already sharply elevated figures of 2020. And according to the nonprofit organization Stop AAPI Hate, which itself was created in response to the surge in violence against our community, there were 11,467 incidents documented between March 2020 and March of 2022. And these numbers, of course, only represent the reported cases. Indeed, one doesn't have to look far to see the long list of incidents that have occurred since our commission meeting last May. In April and May of 2022, a man and teenager faced hate crime charges for targeting an Asian woman for physical assaults and robberies in Sacramento, California. On May 12th, excuse me, on the last day of our commission meeting, we learned of a shooting in Dallas, Texas at a Korean-owned hair salon that left 3 Asian women injured. The gunman has since been indicted on multiple felony charges. May 13th, a man was charged with a hate crime after attacking a Filipino family at a McDonald's drive-thru in North Hollywood, California. May 31st, a man was charged with hate crimes after hurling anti-Asian remarks and slashing an Asian man with a knife on a subway train in Brooklyn. On June 14th, an East Asian PhD student at the University of Wisconsin-Madison was beaten by a group of men who allegedly beat a South Asian victim the very same day. July 2nd, a man was charged with a bias crime in Oregon after physically assaulting a 5-year-old Asian girl and her father after making comments about their race. July 9th, a man was arrested in Washington state for suspicion of committing a hate crime against U.S. Representative Pramila Jayapal and threatening to kill her. July 11th, a man now faces a hate crime charge after allegedly punching an Asian woman and yelling anti-Asian rhetoric in Seattle, Washington. August 1, a man slashed a 59-year-old Asian woman with a box cutter in Times Square in an unprovoked attack. August 18, 3 people of Asian descent were threatened with a knife and attacked with a brick in a suspected anti-Asian hate crime right here in Washington, D.C. On August 24th, a woman hurled racist slurs and attacked a group of South Asian women outside a Plano, Texas restaurant in what is being investigated as a hate crime. And just earlier this month, 2 Asian American teenage girls were attacked in separate incidents on the Philadelphia subway without provocation in what authorities are investigating as possible hate crimes. As you can see, this list seems long, but it's only one of the thousands of incidents of verbal harassment, shunning, physical assault, and other types of discrimination that have afflicted members of our community since the beginning of the pandemic. It reaches across all Asian demographics, all across the country. It is vitally important that these stories be told. Despite how long this list may be, it is important that these voices be heard. Clearly, there remains much work to do. To that end, our subcommittee has met regularly, along with the guest speakers that you heard Kamal speak about, with expertise in their respective fields. And we focused our work on several areas: prevention of anti-Asian hate, education about AA and NHPI communities, increasing resources for victims, uplifting AA and NHPI youth. We focused on ways to address online harassment and abuse targeting AA and NHPI communities, preventing gun violence targeting AA and NHPI communities, among many others. They're listed right there in our priority issue areas. We are continuing to develop fulsome recommendations to address these concerns, and we look forward to presenting them to the full committee. I'll pass it over to our colleague and friend Louisa now to present the first of today's recommendations. Thank you. Take it away, Louisa.
Thank you, Daniel, for that sobering report in terms of the number of hate crimes that continue to happen within our community, and we know there's many more. So our first problem statement: language barriers and insufficient government engagement create a lack of trust within the AA and NHPI communities to accessing the FBI tip form and reporting hate crimes. This is a problem that we identified because, believe it or not, the FBI tip form is only translated into English and Spanish. There are supposed to be interpreters available, but because there's a shortage of AA, NHPI translators, sometimes that response is delayed, and it causes a chilling effect for our community members who are trying to report hate crimes. So here are our recommendations, and we have more detailed recommendations in the full report, but it's to increase hate crimes reporting among AA and NHPI communities through improved language access, including translating the FBI tip form into multiple AA and NHPI languages, and hosting community town halls to build trust, transparency, and accountability. It's well known within the community that it is community-based organizations that are trusted by their constituents, and they will more likely go to them to report an incident of hate crimes and talk to them about it. So we have to build that community connection within our AAPI community, but also it is up to our communities to build trust and develop relationships with local law enforcement in their respective communities, because it is law enforcement agencies that are supposed to report hate crimes to the FBI. And we've heard from presenters to our committee that there is that lack of trust, the lack of accountability in some cases. So it's our job to really encourage that connection, no matter how challenging that is, but it is up to us and also community leaders to make that connection happen and to build that relationship. And there are examples of AAPI community groups in the country that have begun to establish that trust with law enforcement and build those relationships. It's not going to be easy, but that's our job to make sure that happens. And we're hoping that having these community town halls that will be able to begin that process to build that trust so that law enforcement agencies can recognize what is a hate crime, what's the difference between an incident and the hate crime, and then to report those numbers to the FBI as appropriate. Thank you. The rationale: language and cultural competent services continue to be a barrier, with 1/3 of the AA and NHPI community having limited English proficiency. Conducting those in-person town halls and virtual town halls will allow those community members and victims of hate crimes and leaders and staff of community-based organizations to share their experiences. And I'll turn it over to language access.
Well, before we do that, we're going to
Questions?
leave room for questions
Okay.
and comments. So we've got about 10 minutes. Thank you, Louisa. Thank you, Kamal. Thank you, Daniel. Comments, questions from other subcommittees?
It's kind of basic, yeah?
Kevin, please.
Translate that form. No.
So my question is, you mentioned here in the report that every year you're having declining number of law enforcement agencies locally participating in the survey, and it's voluntary. So is there a way for the federal government to somehow incentivize the local precincts and agencies to get more involved?
Law enforcement agencies have access to training. Some of them access that training. But as far as we can tell, there really isn't much accountability. So we'll give an example. The city of Miami, more than 100,000 residents, and I did 10 months of work in Miami many years ago, and there is racism in that city. They report 0 hate crimes, and I know they get funding for training, so that's part of it too. Nahid, who's not here today, her first recommendation back in May was to address that, like how do we get these law enforcement agencies who have access to training, and once they get the money for training, how do we make sure that they enforce hate crime reporting? And what do we have to do to make that happen? And there's a lot of different reasons for why they don't report it. Either it makes them look bad, or there's bias and racism within the department itself. But for whatever reason, they're not reporting at the rate that they should be. And it's not only within our community, but other communities of color also.
Right now?
Thanks so much for all the work you guys have done. My question is, what for communities that do not have somewhat of a favorable relationship with law enforcement, with communities that have a penitentiary pipeline, that already feel alienated by agencies of law enforcement. Having these sort of town halls and listening sessions sounds like a really good step is there any thought sort of given to your subcommittee as to those communities that won't come to these sessions because of those longstanding relationship issues?
Well, one of the things that we talked about is targeting certain communities in the country to hold these virtual town halls and in-person town halls, where there's community-based organizations that are recognized and respected. And we also have to educate them, right? Because I know in the city of Oakland, within Asian Health Services, they are an anti-racist API action center, but they have to convince other members of the community that law enforcement is there to help them. And they will take the necessary steps, working with community to make sure that anti-Asian hate is recorded. But in addition, besides doing that, it's also building solidarity with the African American community and the Latino community, because they also face the same thing. But it's going to be a lot of work, because we're going to have to depend, when we hold these town hall meetings, on those API community groups to turn their members out, to turn out their constituents, to be able to feel comfortable, because there will be in-language translation, because the community-based organizations have that capability, to be able to translate that. But it'll be also up to us, as we set up these town halls, that we invite law enforcement and other elected officials, because it's important for them to hear directly from community members who they would not hear from at all because of language and just fear of doing that. At Asian Health Services, where I'm a board member, we are based in the middle of Oakland, Chinatown, and our senior citizens are too afraid to come to a clinic visit. And so they have to arrange to send people over to their homes and bring them to the community, right? And there's still, community groups that patrol, I hate using that word, but, patrol to encourage folks to come out. And they have established the beginning of a working relationship with the Oakland Police Department, to begin mending the hurt that's happened over the years. And then in addition to that, there is a healing process because of the mental health issues that have come up within our community, where they're just too afraid now to come out. It's a lot of work, and it's going to take a lot of, talking with folks.
Carrie.
Thank you. Let me also chime in and offer my gratitude and compliments to the subcommittee for all of the time and thought that you've put into this, especially with all of you being highly accomplished thought leaders. We know we have the best people in the country attacking this problem. 2 nights ago, right after I arrived in D.C., the news reported a pastor in one of the local communities here in Maryland going into a Vietnamese nail salon, screaming racial obscenities and telling them to go back where you came from. I don't know if the FBI would consider that a crime or not. I don't know if it passed the test. But it scares me that if a pastor could do something like that, what would her congregation do, right? And might it become more violent? It's indicative to me of a society that's gone wild. And yes, indeed, there are things such as education that might help to mitigate that kind of a thing. But I don't know. As we move forward into the afternoon session, when we start talking about our legacy, maybe it's possible that we can pick up on something like that and see what we can do to see what we can do in our watch anyway. Okay? Thank you. But thank you for your work.
Victoria?
Yeah.
Just want to thank the commissioners for working on this critical issue. I know we're all still grieving and continue to grieve for everything that's happening to our communities. You know, in Georgia, it's been more than a year, right? And we're looking through and seeing everything in the news and hearing more stories that are impacting our communities. And I know this is kind of a long history, right, of our communities underreporting and being fearful to speak up, right, and to connect with law enforcement. And there's, you know, the gaps of formal trainings and the engagement with our communities and our communities feeling safe, right, to come to the table, right, to share what the communities are going through. And as we're hosting listening sessions, you know, in our communities. But, you know, I think my question is, you know, how are we, you know, addressing and prioritizing kind of the funding for this work, right? I know many of our nonprofits and community organizations are always tapped to do the free translations and interpretations, critical services that should already be a part of the fabric, right, of the work of engagement with the community, especially through law enforcement. And I think, you know, what are some of those considerations around the funding, right? The important partnership funding that's critical for our communities, so that we can continue to have those conversations. What federal agencies should we be looking at, right, to make sure that the prioritization of funding is happening, right? And that there's adequate funding for translation and interpretation, so that, you know, there's that proper engagement for our communities so that they could voice their current needs to address, you know, the underreporting in many issues of our communities.
You bring up a great point, Victoria, and every federal agency has its charge to offer language access. So it's really not really even an issue of, you know, do they have the money? They have the money. We need to push for accountability, and we need to push them to do what the charge is, which is, you know, increase language access, increase culturally competent services, and this, you know, this is an issue that we've been bringing up, you know, as a community for over 2 decades now. So it is highly shameful for the FBI to only offer this form in English and Spanish. So we're hoping to push this forward.
Smita, before you go on, just one quick thing Kamala will say to add to that, I think, for Victoria's piece here, is just maybe even in the next round thinking about ensuring that funding goes to local community groups who are being asked to poll are the trusted partners, because too often they're asked to do this for free. And they're always doing it, but there's no recognition that the work and the time that goes into that. So I just put that out there. And I think that's the, yeah.
Yeah, and then just in terms of the translation services within government, there are agencies that translate stuff into, you know, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander languages. Can we get folks to coordinate within government? Like, why do some departments and agencies have that capability and the FBI does not? That's not right. That's unacceptable. So agency leadership, department leadership, start talking to each other, or let's create a translation service agency that makes sure that every agency that has to have direct contact with the public can have those interpreters right there instead of waiting and having forms that are supposed to be accessible by the public translated in the appropriate language. It is unacceptable. And that's why this resolution is pretty basic. Translate the form.
All right, I'm going to go, Smita, Kaying, Mia, we've got 1 minute, so I'm going to, if all of you, sorry about that.
I'm going to be quick. I just wanted to comment on this. I think I'm really happy to see this. I think language access is so critical. I also love the idea of the community town halls. One of the things that I believe the language access is really, it's not just language access, it's cultural awareness, it's cultural understanding. And that's so important, especially in the AAPI community, because it is such a hugely cultural community in terms of the way they interact, and for organizations to understand that is key. I also love the town halls because I think it's a great way to bring people together in different communities. I know I had the opportunity to participate with, in Chicago, the Cook County Sheriff's Office, and I was amazed. I was actually super impressed. Last year, they decided, you know what, we're concerned about the incidence of rising Asian American hate crimes. We want to deepen what we're doing. And they were really thinking about, they understood and were thinking about cultural awareness, cultural understanding, how you approach the community, how you can improve the way they approach you, how to partner with community organizations. And I think these roundtables, these also afford the opportunity for that sharing of thinking and to see people who are doing it well, and for different agencies that may not be, how to improve it. But I think there's some good opportunities here, so I'm looking forward to this one.
Excellent. Kaying, Mia, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to cut you off, because we're going to run out of time, but Kaying?
Just very quickly, you mentioned in here about the different definitions of hate crimes, and I'm wondering, I was surprised that you didn't have a recommendation on how we can make the definition more consistent federally and nationally. Is that a probability in the future?
We talked about it. Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, and yes.
Sounds like you have options for the next one. Any changes to this recommendation that you see on, or are we good with the language here? It's in your book. Yeah, this is all the detail that was in your other packets, but what you saw was generally the recommendation. If you have any changes, please let us know so we can make sure we make those edits to those recommendations. All right, I am now going to turn it over to Kim to language access. Leads right into language access.
Thanks everybody. Hopefully we have some recommendations that will piggyback on the Belonging and Inclusion Subcommittee. So first wanted to say on behalf of my co-chairs, Dr. Amy Agbayani and Victoria Nguyen, thank you to the Federal Office White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, Crystal, Erica, all of our federal staff and our designated federal officers. Our members in our committee are Carrie Doi, Grace Huang, Dr. Kamal Kausi, Ajay Butoria, Simon Pang. We have a non-commissioned subcommittee member, Deanna Jang, who has put in a lot of work and effort into developing these recommendations, as well as an ex officio member, Laureen Leglagaron. We also want to thank our designated federal officer, Maisie Jacobs, for supporting us in our work. Our presenters, we had 7 different meetings during this quarter. We met bi-weekly, and we had a lot of subject matter expertise from the federal government, which included Laura Godfrey, manager at the USA Gov at the U.S. General Services Administration. She provided an overview of the efforts to standardize web content across the federal government in different languages, particularly Spanish, but we pushed a little bit on Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander languages. We also heard from David Hyams, the Chief of Enforcement and Regional Partnerships from HHS Office of Civil Rights, Conscious and Religious Freedom Division. He provided an overview of civil rights protections in language access and requirements for those receiving federal funds to provide language access. So that was very helpful. Of extreme import and really, really helpful was hearing from Nani Coloretti, the Deputy Director, and also who hails from Hawaii, from the Office of Management and Budget, as well as some of her staff, Melissa Newman, Senior Policy Analyst from OMB, and Shabia Dalal, Senior Equity Fellow at OMB. They gave us great information on the process for setting benchmarks on language access spending and needs, and how the process and eligibility requirements work. They also provided information on the process to allocate more money. We want more money for language access into federal agency budgets, and how to empower small community-based organizations that do language access and translation work to receive federal funding. Of greatest import is us hearing from our community. We heard from the National Council of Asian Pacific Americans, Young No Jung, as well as Greg Orton. We heard from the Asian and Pacific Islander American Health Forum, Aziza Ahmad, and we heard from Association of Asian Pacific Community Health Organizations, Adam Carbolito, as well as from the Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Marita Et Cubanez, as well as from the National Asian Pacific American Bar Association, NAPABA, and Navdeep Singh. They presented the community's needs and wants and recommendations and principles to revamp the federal government's efforts regarding language access for Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islander communities. So this is really important because we did hear from our community members and our National Council. We have some important priority issue areas going forward, which dovetails with many of your other subcommittees, which includes improving language access in the justice system, increasing public outreach, and distributing language access information, improving language access funding for healthcare organizations, including federally qualified health centers, to serve limited English proficient families. We want to prioritize and expand federal funding for AA and NHPI language access. We want to include building a pipeline of language translators and interpreters within the federal government, talking to Commissioner Blue's streamlining of those efforts within the federal government. And we want to translate federal agency communications into multiple languages. So with that said, we had a lot of work. We did 3 different recommendations. I'm going to present the first one, then Grace Huang is going to present the second one, and Simon Pang is going to present our third one. We are really trying to get to structural issues within the federal government to help the federal departments and agencies incorporate language access issues into their everyday work and to just make it seamless. So our first problem statement, number 1, despite Executive Order 13166 on improving access to services for persons with limited English proficiency being signed 22 years ago, there continues to be a lack of meaningful access across the federal government. There is a critical need to improve federal access agency accountability and transparency. That's our first problem, among many. The second problem, agencies and departments fail to prioritize allocating sufficient funding to implement language equity initiatives. That's our second problem. Our third problem that we attacked this quarter was that the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services does not provide adequate language assistance services to the Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander community. Okay, so for our first problem, despite Executive Order 13166 on improving access to services for limited English proficiency being signed 22 years ago, there's still a lack of meaningful access for our community. So our recommendation entails 4 different parts. The first is we want every agency and department to develop language access points of contact for each federal agency and department so that we can strengthen the executive branch's ability to incorporate language access into operations. Second part, many of these agencies and departments have language access plans. They've made them public, but they're not as public as and transparent as they could be. We want those language access plans made public on the agency websites. Third, we want each agency and department to develop a complaint process and systems of accountability so that stakeholders and limited English proficient constituents know where to get help through that language access point of contact. And fourth, we want each agency and department to ensure that all recipients of federal financial assistance, grants, funding opportunities through their departments and agencies to develop, implement, and operationalize language access plans and policies and to create a public complaint and accountability system. So the rationale is that federal agencies have to recognize that providing language access is crucial to achieving their respective missions, whether it's responding to a public health crisis, emergency preparedness, response and mitigation, law enforcement, tax collection, or immigration services. Furthermore, accountability is a key principle of good governance. The public has to be able to see how federal agencies are complying with the executive order to hold them accountable, work together, and improve equity, justice, and opportunity for all Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. This is going to be a benefit for all LDP communities nationwide. You know, we heard from our fellow commissioners last May that there is a lot of anger, irritation, frustration, that our communities have been waiting over 2 decades for meaningful language access to federal initiatives. We heard from Commissioner Louisa Blue, who said that we're tired of it. If you go out to the community, they're just tired of this. Oh, like, really? We've heard that before. None of these issues are new to these federal agencies and departments. Commissioner Blue expressed her frustration and irritation. Similarly, Commissioner Kai-Ying Yang, sorry guys, this is on the video, okay? So thanks. Thanks for giving me citations here. So from Commissioner Kai-Ying Yang, this is what we're saying, we really have to name it. This is the manifestation of racism that is experienced by Asian Americans. And I want you to just know, to really think through, it's complex. There's many languages that we need to interpret and ensure that communities have access to it. But we already know what those languages are in each of our communities. So how can we hold these agencies and these laws accountable and in compliance with us? Otherwise, we sue, right? And from our Chief Commissioner, Sonal Shah, she had some frustration on the delay in improved language access as well. This just needs to get done because this has been talked about enough. Think about just calling us a multilingual nation and not calling us a nation that's singular, but we are a multilingual nation, and we just need to recognize that as a nation and do that. Meanwhile, in the past 22 years, people have been dying, getting sick, being denied access to their civil rights, and there are documented morbidity and mortality impacts from being limited English proficient and unable to access information in English. 4 out of the top 5 languages spoken by LDP individuals in the United States are Asian languages. So federal agencies can have these language access plans, but they lack the coordination necessary to ensure consistent implementation across their policies and procedures across the department. And finally, federal agencies play a lead role in enforcing the language-related non-discrimination provision of Title VI, and they must develop the prerequisite civil rights enforcement framework, the complaints and the transparency and the public reports of these annual complaints. And they must develop this civil rights framework and resources to enforce the rights of LDP individuals. So with that, I'll turn over to Commissioner Shaw for our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim. All right, we've got about 10 minutes for comments on this recommendation. We'll go through each of them for the Language Access Subcommittee, but we're going to do comments for each one after we finish. So if you have comments, if you have questions, please do raise your cards. Louisa?
Thank you for that report. So I think our committee, the Belonging, Inclusion, Anti-Asian Hate, should definitely work very closely with the Language Access Committee. And there's probably other subcommittees here that we all have to come together, right, and unite and just really push hard. But thank you.
Will you co-endorse this?
Do I hear an amen? Yes, yes.
Ijen?
I also wanted to echo the gratitude for the work on this. It's so important. And one of the things that it makes me reflect on is that, you know, we often talk about access as kind of a moral issue, a justice issue, but it's also a practical issue. This is a barrier to good governing, right? And for us to start to think about what might be enabled if everyone could actually participate, engage, have access, be involved equally, right? And a friend of mine, I might have shared this before, but a friend of mine talked about the film Hidden Figures. I don't know how many of you have seen that film. That the genius of it was that you had these Black women at NASA who faced every single obstacle imaginable, every single racial and gender-based obstacle imaginable, and they still managed to take us to the moon. Imagine if those obstacles didn't exist, right? So it's like there's a way in which we think about equity and access as kind of like almost from a place of deficit. But I actually think that the approach, the embrace of the federal government of these recommendations should really be about what might be possible if AA and HPI communities could engage fully as with all the brilliance of our communities.
Great comment. Mia?
Thanks. Really appreciate the recommendation. I had a couple of comments that thought may be some slight adjustments, which include making sure that we're not just thinking of written language, because so many of our communities also remain unable to read or write in specific languages either, that we think, as a person from the disability community, I know that there's significant barriers to language just in English, not only in other languages. So thinking about the problems that individuals may face if they can't read written type, and how they're interacting with the government, and thinking, like right now, thankfully we have ASL interpreters, but thinking about other folks who may not be able to read written language, it may be helpful to think about that within this suggestion. The other part that I was thinking about it within this area is timelines, because so often what happens is that, again, being from both the API community and the disability community, is that often translated documents come out months after the English documents come out. And that means that during times of emergency, people aren't getting the information that they need, even if it is eventually translated into other languages. I think about the pandemic in particular, and how long it took for agencies to release information in LEP languages. So thinking about like actually putting a timeline on requirements around when the federal government and agencies need to release certain documents may be something that you want to think about. Thanks.
Sorry, Mia, just a question. Are you suggesting they put it into this recommendation, or are you suggesting that's a future?
Yeah, either in this one or in separate one. It's just something that I know that people face time and time again, and it's really important that we make sure that anything that to do with translation services is done in a timely manner.
So can we, do you have a recommendation on amendments? I mean, we did the action implementation phase and the timeline, but I think those are being left out of the next iteration of the recommendation. So
And we can amend the language live right now as you see fit. There is a timeline added at the very end too that's not part of this actual recommendation language up here. But if the commission believes that's necessary to put that in, we can do that.
I mean, I would love to see more sort of around timeline and timeliness. from agencies, open to whatever the suggestion would be. And then also, I think saying the focus on both written and spoken translations is extremely important.
So would that be for bullet point number 2, revising their language access plans and making them publicly available on the agency department website, including with oral
Yeah.
language presentations?
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
I'm not sure, what do you have
Yeah.
suggested language?
Yeah, so I think that would be great. It's saying, ensuring that language access is provided in both, and it could be even in number 3, which is says special needs of Asian and Pacific Island languages, and saying, making sure that it's both in written and spoken, where it says ideographic written languages.
Kamal, and then Kevin.
Thank you. Kim, this is amazing. This is definitely something that's been needed and talked about for decades. One of the comments I wanted to make is that all of our federal agencies love to hide behind sometimes the cost issue. It's too expensive. We don't have the funding. We don't have the resources. And even agencies that have in-house teams that help translate still use a third-party subcontractor to get the actual work done. And it's painful to see this work being done on the federal side. We end up spending probably 5 times the amount per page of translation, and it takes probably 3 times as long as opposed to, let's say, a nonprofit or a community service organization doing it on the outside. So the problem is of I think, efficiency and access and how we actually go about doing business as a federal agency, getting these translational services done. The process is broken. So thank you for pushing on this.
Kevin?
So I think my point here is more just about how do we actually get this implemented, because advocates talk about it. Obviously, the ideal world is every language gets translated. New York City alone, we talk about over 100 languages being spoken every day. So there, we just have a law, right? The top 12, maybe 13 languages need to get translated. And it's more talking about specific implementation timeline, as Mia mentioned. So right here in the recommendations, we're still kind of general, like they need to have a language access plan. But what should that look like? Should we give them a little bit more guidance, or can we, in the sense of if you're picking out the 4 of the 5 top LEP languages, are those particular languages, should we do that? I also understand, however, that agencies, if you just say language access, it's just words. And as an agency, you're trying to interpret that. And most, as you can see by your examples, they wait for lawsuits, right? And then you end up with the really smaller populations having to do the thing that costs the most, to file lawsuits. And so where do we draw the line, though, to create a reasonable implementation timeline for the agencies to be able to move forward and work together versus like having every group having to sue? So I think it's really just, it is a cost issue, but are we going to say as a recommendation, every federal agency should subcontract with a company that can do 190 languages that's being spoken in America every day? Or what is it? Like I just wanted to hone in a little bit.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. We actually discussed starting with putting forward a language access coordinator position, but we knew that was not budget neutral. So we had some compromises within our committee and said, let's just start with a language access point of contact. Let's start with some responsibilities that the departments and agencies have to have. They can designate somebody to start doing that work. We also talked about, how are we going to develop which languages, and I think it was decided that was an implementation piece that was not under the jurisdiction of this commission, right? And so that, and we also talked about which agencies and which departments. So we have examples within our background and our rationale about which agencies and departments may already have equity plans and language access plans, it's already on their radar, that they may be more willing to start this process. And so that's what we talked about with our committee. We agree, it is general, and we kind of wanted to get in there and really direct a little bit more. But I think that's beyond the scope of our commissioner responsibilities.
So, Teresita, I'm going to stop conversation here, and then I'm going to go to Grace, but I think just Kevin's point here, and I'm going to just translate it slightly differently, which is to say, we may want to think about saying, at least start with the top 15 languages, and something you all may want to think about is whether, from a contracting perspective, they might want to contract with cities or states that are already doing it, so you don't have to find another contractor that's doing it. But if there's a way for the federal government to sort of think about, could they already do where cities and states are already doing it? There's already cities and states doing this, so this is not the
Does
first
that
time.
need to be put into the recommendation?
You might want to think about it the next time, not for this one. But I think the timeline piece is actually pretty important, so if we can get the timeline amended based on what you and Mia talked about, so when we do the final presentation, we can have that in there. Oh, it's up there already. Awesome.
Yeah, it's live right now. So I know that, Grace, we're going to go to you next, and we're actually out of time for this discussion. But before we move on, I'd just like to confirm the language up here with regard to the amendments. So on the second bullet point, just revising the language access plans and making them publicly available on the agency department website, including both written and spoken languages. Does that look right to you, Mia?
No, I think I would put including translations in both written, including translations.
I might say written and spoken formats.
Yeah, exactly.
Written and spoken formats.
Formats would be great, yeah. Great.
Grace?
Okay, and then I know that you also wanted to put in timelines. There is timelines put in the very back of the recommendation. I think the first bullet point was immediately designating a language access point of contact. No, so this only has the actual language that we're voting on. The timelines are going to be in the packet that we provided.
Ready? So revising language access plans that include a timeline on expectations of when translations will be completed.
It's like a standard of promptness,
Right.
right, that we're talking about.
Right, a standard promise, yeah.
So, because I know a lot of the federal agencies, especially for the social service realm, right, they have like 45 days where they need to
Right,
get.
exactly.
So some type of, the agency would push out, is it 45 days,
Right.
when an incident happens or a crisis, that they have to get the translated materials out to the community in whatever number of languages that needs to.
Should we say, for the first bullet point, immediately designating a language access point of contact?
Can you put will be completed, comma, down below, on the second bullet point, will be completed, comma, with particular focus on emergent issues? No, after completed. Comma, with particular focus on, emergency issues or emergent issues. Cool, thanks.
We're done with this conversation, sorry. I'm going to have to go. Grace, for your presentation.
Sure, thank you. And I think some of the comments that folks had may be addressed by this next recommendation that we made. And as it relates to prioritization of allocating funding to implement language equity initiatives. And so our recommendation speaks to some comments that we got in our presentations about needing to have a whole all-of-government approach to addressing this issue and making sure that it's, instead of only picking, we'll prioritize some agencies, but really going through all of government and making sure that language access is part of, all agencies, missions, et cetera. And so our recommendation spoke to, the Office of Management and Budget, issuing immediate guidance to all federal agencies to allocate more funding toward language access initiatives, instructing budget examiners that are developing the federal budget to make sure that these priorities are highlighted, and providing guidance on the inclusion of language access plans in future agency or department budgeting. And so it really goes to the question, I think, that Kevin raised around, and others have raised too, about people complaining all the time that we don't have enough money for that, we don't have enough money for that, and not implementing for 22 years the executive order as it relates to language access. And so, specifically, we had, more detail in our recommendations about, starting with this fiscal year, what, should people be doing, what should agencies be doing around making sure that their current budgets include some language access resources, and then going forward for every fiscal year budget, starting with the next fiscal year, making sure that there's money to implement language equity and initiatives in the budget plans. So, in terms of background, I feel like a lot of it's similar to the first set of recommendations. The disparities, et cetera, that we see in our community. But we also know that agencies aren't necessarily going to move forward in putting these budgets together unless they've gotten the direction from top down. And as they're putting together their budget, the Office of Management and Budget has a lot of influence on how, in implementing the priorities of the administration. And so what we really want to say is that as OMB does its work every year, that language access and language equity are part of those budget plans that folks have to put together. And so in terms of just making sure that Executive Order 13166, as well as this current Executive Order 14031, are implemented, having that within OMB's directions to federal agencies is important. So I don't know if I should go into the implementation steps that we've included, but it speaks to specifically issuing a memorandum to federal agencies and departments and offices directing inclusion of language access, and making sure that there's funding for comprehensive language services across agencies. And we started with the top 12 languages in terms of population around the country. And then we suggest implementing OMB issuing immediate guidance to OMB examiners for fiscal year 23, which is the one that should start this week, this weekend, right? And then OMB developing budget instructions in memoranda form beginning with fiscal year 24, and then for every fiscal year afterwards, designating a minimum of 3 to 8% of agency management or operations budgets for language access planning and implementation, including the pieces that we recommended in our first recommendation, and then. So we go into some of the schedules and all of those in terms of the details of how budgets are put together in the recommendation. And having instructions regarding the comprehensive translation of agency websites and other public-facing information, as well as instructions requiring the agencies provide that do federal funding, that goes back to our first recommendation, to designate, resources for the development and vetting of language service providers that can be accessed by grantees and subgrantees with public facing services, and that agencies should be required to provide technical assistance on how to use these language services for grantees, as well as OMB supporting the coordination of an interagency language access work group tasked to develop model language for inclusion in federal financial assistance notices. So, your RFPs that are going out to grantees, having some model language around that, and developing model funding plans that incorporate trusted community organizations that with ties and capacity to address the needs of LAP, AAPI community members. And so, I really think that having the top-down approach and requiring that budgets reflect the language access needs of our communities is where we start with the implementation in terms of trying to get through some of these other initiatives that we've been fighting for 20 years. So.
And it's really a companion piece to the first one, right?
Yeah.
To the first recommendation. So we didn't want to leave the two separate, so they go together.
All right, we have about 10 minutes, so Victoria, I'm going to start with you. Mia, Ijen, do you have your card up again? Okay, great. You're good? Okay. So Ijen and then Mia.
I just wanted to make a quick point that Kamal's earlier point about the fact that we're already paying for these services in really inefficient, ineffective ways, that it's already very costly, is a powerful narrative for this recommendation to the OMB. So just wanted to underscore how important that is, and also the fact that we're dealing with lawsuits. Yeah.
Mia?
I love this idea of actually funding a service. I think there's a couple of things that I'm thinking about, particularly around the minimum of 3 to 8% of agency management and operation budgets. We know each sort of agency and department gets a wide variety of amounts of money. So, it may be sufficient for some agencies and departments. It may not be sufficient for others, like in the, DHS or something like that, that may require more translation services just due to who they interact with. My thought is that you may want to suggest something around OMB doing a full report on how much it would actually cost to provide full translation services for, I don't know, the top 15 languages in the United States at each agency. That way you know sort of where are we starting from, like how much money is required to provide these services, so agencies and departments can't wiggle out and say, hey, we don't have enough money. You can say, well, how much money does it actually cost to provide this services, and how can we make sure that you get the funding in order to do the services. So I think it's really important to get the exact accounting from OMB, and I know they can do that. They do that all the time for other services. So they really need to go to every agency and say, hey, how much do you need in order to be able to provide this service in full, up to the point of where the executive order is for these translation services. That way we're not depending on a 3 to 8% budget, where some of that would actually fit for some agencies, while others it may not be enough. So switching it up a little and saying, hey, we want an accounting of how much it costs, and then second, we want you to be funding it in full, so that we are acting within the realms of the executive order.
Can I ask, would you suggest that as part of the actual recommendation? I was mentioning the 3 to 8% as an implementation step as opposed to part of the actual recommendation, but. Okay.
I would I would say OMB needs to do an evaluation, and then two, that, that needs to be within the president's budget. That needs to be included in the president's budget. And then three, in terms of implementation, we want to see at least like 50, 60, 70% of it being funded by such and such date. And by such and such date, it should be up to 100%. That way that we're abiding by the executive order.
Just want to say, I think that's a great recommendation. I think it might be worth you two just talking briefly as we take in other comments on what that language could look like, and then we'll put that up there to make sure everybody on the commission is good with that. Do you mind doing that? All right, great. All right, I have Kevin, I have Teresita, and Luisa.
This is just a quick suggestion. Here you go ahead and name a bunch of agencies to prioritize, right? You put it here in the rationale or the recommendations, for example, commerce and education and so on. I think to help with this process is that we know from our communities which part of that particular large agency, which service they use, for example. And I think it would be helpful to the agencies to help implement it quicker if we can say to them, for example, SBA, right? We know that the access to capital, for example, if it's not done in these 15 most spoken, used languages, and HPI languages, then it impacts our community the most. If we could prioritize for these agencies based on the feedback we get from our CBOs, I think that would be very helpful in speeding up this timeline. I don't know if that's been discussed at all.
Good point.
Kevin, are you referring to the first recommendation?
Yeah, I kind of take this all as one, sorry. My point is, I think, just how do we get stuff moving? And the way to do that, I know from an agency perspective, is when you get specific feedback from the community saying, this particular service within HHS is something that's the most used and it's the most urgent, so can you work on that? The plan of having, we do this in the city too, we have this whole language access discussion going on. There's an interagency task force. Everybody had to appoint one person to be from every agency, and that's going on. But it just takes so long, and then after that, every agency has to have a language access plan. They put it up there. That's all great. But how do you delve into, and to say, translate every single thing your agency does? Most people, we have trouble getting it out in English and getting that across to the community. Honestly, right? People just don't know what government does. So what can we do to help the agency side of it? We can tell them, these are the top 3 services that our community really needs for you. Can you prioritize that? And can you get that out by 6 months or a year and work with them?
Yeah, that's a really great point, and I think instead of leaving it vague and saying all federal agencies, I think our intent was to really prioritize some of the agencies, right? And I think you're right. We need to go a little bit deeper, right, and really kind of pinpoint, within those agencies which either departments or department heads we need to tackle. So completely agree with you, and going back to revise and
Teresita?
Just a comment for the subcommittee to. Just a comment for the subcommittee to. Thank you so much for being my personal assistant. Just a comment for the subcommittee to consider. It is always important and interesting to advocate for translating the top languages. But I think we need to consider that regions are different. And it is not just Asian Pacific Islander languages that we have to focus on. So feds will just focus on the big national picture, but we need to put in regional considerations also. Thank you. And thank you, Simon.
Luisa, last comment.
So I second that in terms of getting, I do second that in terms of getting budget, but I'm used to here's the deadline, the date, and work work backwards from that with benchmarks, right? And I know the federal budget has, that always plays a role, like when do they approve the federal budget? I don't know. Is it June to June? And then I think all of the different agencies have different timelines. So it's who do we talk to about that so that it's more coordinated? And I think we do have to prioritize because there are agencies that already translate into AA and HPI languages. And so what are those agencies and how long did it take them to get that work done? Because my position is every public form should be accessible, period, right? That's kind of basic.
So me and Grace, maybe just a way to think about, in the OMB report and the study that they do, also saying which agencies are already doing this. So that report can be in there. So, all right, we're going to move on to the next recommendation. And I believe, who is presenting that? Simon, you are presenting the next recommendation.
Simon says, U.S. citizens, my recommendations is, hang on a second, I read, yeah, this is the right one. Okay. My recommendation, our recommendation is to expand dissemination of USCIS information in multi-languages and increase AA and NHPI community outreach. The rationale behind this for our recommendation is, number one, India, China, the Philippines, Vietnam, and Korea are among the top 10 origin countries of all immigrants. The AA and HPI population is one of the largest growing minority groups in the U.S. Number three, the immigration process is complicated. Language access should be provided. Number four, new immigrants are also very likely to be limited English proficiency. So, yeah, open for discussion.
Open for discussion. I'm going to take the prerogative to ask the first question, Simon. Of the language of the countries you list, India, China, Philippines, Vietnam, and Korea, the questions, I think my question to you all would be, while that's the highest number of immigrants, where are the places where language is the biggest access point problem? Which communities is the language the biggest access point problem? So,
according to the report here, we read, this group of population will represent at least 70% of the immigrants in the next few years. So, in the area from Vietnam and Korea and from Laos, not so much from Philippines, and China to a certain extent.
Refine it a bit to say which languages are probably the ones to prioritize, because I think Vietnam is actually in Laos, but Laos is not even on here, so I just want to sort of ask that question in the comment.
Okay.
Sorry, you have something to say. Otherwise, I'm going to turn to Louisa because she had a comment.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think we went back and forth on this because we had in some of the drafts, talked about putting in, including specific languages, and then we went back around okay, but what about, then it'll become too long. So I don't know if
It's fine. Sorry, I wasn't part of that, but I think that's a fair point. I just, that was just a question, not a comment. Sorry. Louisa? Any other comments on this particular recommendation? Jay, you had one? Teresita? Jay, I'm going to have Teresita go, and then we'll wait till you pull it up. Yeah. Can you turn your mic on?
So this is a great recommendation. Thank you, Commissioner Simon, for doing this. Could we possibly add this sentence to the recommendation that USCIS should direct its community relations offices in each field office and national benefit centers to develop an outreach plan to reach ANHPI communities in their service areas, and to develop a language access plan to ensure its community engagement activities are accessible to those into those communities.
So, Ajay, can we just clarify that a little bit? These are the recommendations, the action items that were in the recommendation. Where do you want to put the language that you're amending?
Basically, as part of this recommendation, we would like to add this, what I just read out.
Are you talking about prong 2 or prong 1?
Yeah, somewhere around there. I mean,
Actually, I think it was, we had suggested it be put under number 1 under approach. So I don't know if that is something that is transmitted, the approach section.
Oh, the approach section. That is not the actual recommendation.
Okay, because we had a lot of discussion in our committee after it was already submitted to the contractors for revision, that we wanted to ensure that the district offices had regional outreach plans in their service areas, because we recognize that every region has different groups that are coming in for immigration services. And we wanted to make sure that there was a community engagement activities that were accessible to those communities. We couldn't specify it on a federal level. So should we put that into the recommendation section? We had asked for it to be put into the approach, but maybe it should be elevated
Yeah, it
given
should
the
be.
other comments.
yeah, could go into the recommendation.
Yeah, we can add that to the recommendation here. The exact language we can actually, because it sounds like it's a little bit lengthy, from Ajay during lunch, and then we can put it in.
Yeah, why don't we do that? Ajay, can you work with just making sure we get that language in so it can be revised? Otherwise, we're going to edit it here.
Will do.
All right, Amy, go ahead.
No.
I was just going to say that it could be inserted in the first bullet in some kind of summary.
Great.
Okay, good, thank you.
Other, Teresita.
Yeah,
So this particular recommendation, I think, should be working closely with the Immigration Subcommittee. I say that because, while Philippines and probably India have a lot of English speakers, the way immigration has been functioning now has been very specifically towards specific job categories, including agriculture and in healthcare, home care workers. So we cannot assume that all of them are really proficient and able to read these complex immigration documents. So we should be always thinking about who is affected. Thank you.
And again, I might add the same comment that Mia did in the last one, which is it doesn't always have to be written. It can be also in verbal formats. Really? Kim?
Okay, just are we closing with our section? Okay, so one quote that we had wanted to put, which didn't make into our OMB recommendation section, and we really wanted to emphasize that language access is a priority of this presidential administration and has been echoed many times in many speeches and executive orders and equity plans and things like that. We were reminded last night to emphasize the federal government's priorities and this administration's priorities. And we just want to quote President Joe Biden, who said, "Don't tell me what you value, show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value." So please, we hope that our recommendations will be passed forward through this commission. Thank you.
I want to commend both of the subcommittees for the work on the recommendations. I think it's clear that they are very well interconnected and appreciate the work that went into it. And for those that are adding amendments, thank you for the thoughtful amendments to that. So I believe we are taking a break and getting lunch. So you don't have to just sit for the next 15 minutes. You are welcome to get up, and we'll be back in working here, I believe at 11, no, sorry, 12:15. So you have till 12:15. We're going to have a strategic planning session. So, Sarah, I'm going to go ahead and get started with you.
Thank you, Sonal. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you to the entire WIONP staff and our co-chairs. I also wanted to thank everybody who put together this room physically and the tech support that has allowed us to live stream this event today. On behalf of my co-chairs, Drs. Reynolds Samoa and Dr. Robert Underwood, thank you to our fellow commissioners for this robust conversation today. Our subcommittee, which also includes Emily Chen, Kai-Ying Yang, and our non-commissioned members, Dr. Ninez Ponce and Dr. Joseph Kiave Kahola-Kula, and special thanks to our DFO, Min Go. Our commission has heard from several speakers, including Dr. Joshua Quint of the California Department of Public Health, Margot Schwab, co-chair of the Equitable Data Working Group and the branch chief for the Statistical and Science Policy at the OMB, Dr. Stella Yee, associate professor at NYU Grossman School of Medicine, and Jordan Matsudera, deputy undersecretary and chief economist at the U.S. Department of Education, and Karthik Ramakrishan, founder and co-director of AAPI Data, Howard Shee, managing director of AAPI Data, and Brian Vinn, Data and Community Partnership Specialist at AAPI Data. We heard from several people who had successful examples of data disaggregation, which helped inform our work. The priority issue areas that we have decided to cover include removing obstacles for communities to accessibility, usability, and sharing of federal agencies' data, fostering two-way dialogue between communities and academic researchers, identifying important data sets and best practices from priority federal agencies for data disaggregation, and joint recommendations with other subcommittees on specific areas. I'd like to turn it over now to my colleague, Dr. Robert Underwood.
Afide, and thank you very much. And I echo all the remarks of Sarah in terms of thanking the staff. The problem statement that I'm supposed to read is a real problem because it's been the same issue since 1997 when OMB first attempted to establish disaggregation. The Office of Management and Budget needs to amend minimum data collection standards for race, particularly with regard to smaller Asian Americans and NHPI populations. There's also not a consistent way in which federal agencies can share best practices in producing meaningful, disaggregated AA and NHPI data. So beyond establishing that, this has to be incumbent upon all federal agencies to count the data the same way. And sometimes some federal agencies obey it and follow it, others do not. Our recommendation from this is simple. Although others have made the claim, we still think we're the best subcommittee in this group. So and in order to prove that, we made only one recommendation. We are economical, efficient, and we thought about it long and hard. So our recommendation is OMB should amend the minimum data collection standards for race to include guideline recommendations to collect, analyze, and report data on smaller populations for federal surveys. And OMB should partner with the White House Initiative on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders, WINIAPI, to convene an annual AA and NHPI data summit. We think that would bring the expertise together, the community, and the policymakers together. And so for the next part of this, the rationale will be presented by a real doctor, Dr. Reynolds Samoa.
Thanks. So this is not the group that I think we need to dive deep into a rationale for data disaggregation, since we spoke a lot in our meeting in May. Just to give you a little bit of context, my grandmother was our matriarch of our village, and she was kind of the boss. And she had two hand gestures when she spoke. She had the wave, and she had the point. And so the wave was to call the village together and say there's an issue, and that something needed to be done, and your services will likely be required. We just don't know what that is right now. The point was more directed. It was like, we know what you need to do now. This is what the village needs from you. So our recommendations and our process reflect the wave and point. As you've seen in our first set of recommendations in May, it was general. We were trying to understand the lay of the land. We knew who we needed to call to the table, but we still had a lot to do in regards to gathering information from them as to what's feasible and logical, because there's a reason why this problem has lasted for over the 20 years that Robert alluded to. And so our conversations with key federal agencies developed a working relationship with them. So a lot of the frustrations that our other subcommittee members had discussed today in regards to timelines, what to expect, we were actually, able to sort of get that information to help sort of form our recommendation. Early on in the beginning, I think we all had sights to add all our subgroups to the current minimum standards provided by the OMB. And the more we investigated, the more we realized how unfeasible that was, but that sort of laid against our obligation to provide trustworthy, impactful, and needed data for all our subgroups regionally. So that discussion led us to, well, what ways can we guarantee that these subgroups have viable data reported? So that's how we came to our first we actually were kind of sneaky. We snuck in two recommendations under one. And so the first part of our recommendation calls for every agency to adhere to a statistical plan that addresses the problems we have with data disaggregation. We know that you can't do that nationally, but you can do this information statistically after data is collected, as long as data is collected uniformly and well. We do see a lot of agencies doing pilots now that's expanding the minimum standards subgroup collection. So we see some of this work happening around us. And what we're not seeing, though, when we talk to different federal agencies, is that they're all at the same level. And unfortunately for us, is we need all those federal agencies, Department of Labor, Immigration, Department of Health, to be on that same level, because all of these sectors impact our community's livelihood. And so we needed a way for them to communicate these pilot, these best practices. And there was already a successful exchange of these best practices done in May, thanks to some of the work that was done by WINAPI, along with some other key community groups that shared data, which already pushed us pushed a lot of agencies forward in their approach to disaggregate data for AA and NHPI, as we've seen when we had our discussion with the Department of Education. And so they're launching into pilot. So that is how we got to these two recommendations that you see before you, that's so efficiently put into one.
Thank you. Let's open it up for questions, comments. Smita, I see your.
So I appreciated this recommendation. I just had one comment about, this ongoing issue of whether or not this is the best subcommittee. And I just wanted to note that given that there was actually some, not only, but I might have to start to agree that you're certainly in the top, because I liked some of this language that you had about, better estimating the size of populations, but also implementing Bayesian methods, investing in innovative multivariate models and more. I was impressed with the level of detail and scholarship in this, so, thank you.
Speaking from the
You'll have to-
engineering perspective.
You'll have to thank our subject matter experts that we recruited onto the subcommittee.
Thank you. And I would have to second my colleague's point about you guys being the best. So
Wait a minute, we only had one recommendation.
yeah, that's true. We also only had one recommendation, so.
And we didn't sneak in a second one.
Yeah. Super efficient.
Maybe next time.
But like, I come from medicine as well, and so we were just talking earlier about how particular populations, especially with regards to COVID vaccination, have had very, very different experiences, from actually getting the vaccine to all the disinformation that's been pushed out to all these communities about the vaccine and COVID in general. So I just had sort of like a question about, if we do this amendment to minimum data collection, how would that look like? What would that look like for like in this particular instance for monitoring populations with regards to COVID compliance, and all that?
Yeah, it's important to understand that the concept here is minimum, and it means that other agencies can go beyond as necessary. And I think in the health agencies, that's particularly clear because they're going to have situations that are not knowable now. But the minimum standards is one that is really important, and obviously we hope to work with them in OMB working those out, because then those become required of all agencies. And so, you point out a very good one, the health statistics. The other one is education statistics. So they just recently put out a statement about now students are a year behind in reading and a year behind in math. And I'm sure that proportionally that's different from different communities, but we don't know that because the Office of the Department of Education is not necessarily required to provide that. And if they had, then we would see that instead of researchers, academics who Renaud knows very well and have really spruced up our recommendations here, but instead of researchers and the community groups trying to find the data, and it would be instantly available and people would know it.
So then, I'm sorry, just a quick follow-up on that then, because like the recommendation says on smaller populations, and OMB can just turn around and say, well, yeah, you guys are all a smaller population, right. So we've met your recommendation. Would it be perhaps a better approach to maybe define smaller populations a little bit better, and not give them an out?
Sure, I think we can say such as and specifically name out AA and HPI. And so your first question speaks to the difference between collection and reporting. And collection, for the most part, most federal agencies adhere to the OMB minimum standards, but the problem is in the analysis and then the reporting. So statistical limitations due to confidentiality rules do not allow for the reporting of AA and HPI data. So you'll have a lot of AA and HPI data in databases that do not get reported and just sit there. And the reason for that is because there's some federal agencies that don't have the wherewithal to know how to deal with smaller populations statistically. So some of the techniques that we recommended in the report speak to the ability to use those existing databases to leverage that data out. And so if we can make that standard and say, have a plan to take the data that you have and report to the best you can available data on ANNHPI that helps us push us forward without destroying, asking for something that's not feasible. So I think this is the compromise between what they can do and what the community needs.
So Kamal, if you have changes in language, can you just work it out with Reynal, and then we'll just make sure that it gets edited accordingly before we vote.
And could I just add quickly to that point? That's part of the kind of statistical analysis that Smita referred to, is to have the capacity to work with small groups and still come to some kind of conclusion.
Absolutely. Kim.
Thanks so much for your 2 recommendations, and I agree that your subcommittee is one of the top 6 of this committee, of this commission. So thank you. Great job, everybody. I wanted to channel Commissioner Ives Rublee, and in terms of the collection of data, to emphasize that there is a need for ways to collect data from communities that have an oral language tradition. So I don't know if you want to emphasize that somewhere so that it doesn't get lost in the data collection methods, because most of it is written kind of check boxes and things. Thanks.
Again, I think if you have recommendation on how to do that, if you could just work it out, and then we'll make sure that goes in. But just to make sure that we can capture that. Other questions? Comments? It was so efficient. Hi, Jen, sorry.
Sorry to make it less efficient.
No, not at all.
We were, during the break, we're talking about how so many of our recommendations are solving for problems of 20 years ago. And especially when it comes to data, I mean, we're on the precipice of a Web3 kind of moment, and I just wonder to what extent the committee talked about how we can not just be trying to solve for the problems of 20 years ago, but actually solving for 20 years from now, and the role of data in that.
Well, without data, you don't have really you can't develop any strategies for equity. So, the racial categorizations that we deal with and the communities we deal with, it's really impossible to imagine strategies for equity without data. So, we've been in conversation with OMB, and we think that this is a really doable effort. So that I think that part will be resolved. I think there's a commitment, so that commitment to data disaggregation has wavered over the years with different administrations and so on. But with this one, I have to say that I think we're on a really positive track. And that way, so data disaggregation shouldn't be a goal. It should be a given. And once it becomes a given, then we can triangulate and formulate policy better.
Yeah, that's a great point, Ajin. So I think the bigger, you saw in our priority areas, removing obstacles for communities to engage with data. Once we can liberate data where the community can use it to advocate for themselves, I think that's the next 20-year plan. Right now, we're at the point where there's no data for the community advocates to use. So that's our present problem. And then since it's a priority area for us, the next set of recommendations was kind of where we put that. But thank you for mentioning that, because this is very important for all our commissioners to understand, is that it is time for us to get out of our silo, because the removing community obstacles to data disaggregation or to data access will require us to do it. We can't, it's very difficult to do it broadly, and I think we need to do it aimed at different areas of advocacy. And so we will want to really strongly partner to co-endorse recommendations around data disaggregation in your particular area so that it has more teeth. because otherwise, if we just say remove community obstacles, we're just sort of speaking into the wind. Whereas if we have targeted areas of advocacy that we can target to, specifically address to certain agencies, I think it'll have a more lasting effect.
Yeah, I just want to reemphasize Ajin's point, I think, for all of us, is there's the problems we currently see, and then there's the problems we can foresee coming, and to make sure we're also looking at what's coming and not just what's in front of us today, because we will get behind again, and to keep thinking about that. So I think that's a great question for all of us, so thank you. We are not going to go immediately into strategic planning. I know you all were looking forward to it, but because Mia's not back yet, we're going to go ahead and go directly into the Economic Subcommittee's presentation, and go through those. Right, I think there's 3 recommendations there that we will go through. So Smita and Simon, are you okay if we can get started with you?
All right. Thank you, everyone. On behalf of the Economic Equity Subcommittee, it's our pleasure to present some of our recommendations. I just want to acknowledge my co-chairs, Ajay Bhutaria, as well as Simon Pang, who have been fantastic chairs. Our members, Louisa Blue, Dr. Kimberly Chang, Carrie Doi, Michelle Kohane, Kevin Kim, and Ai-jen Pu. So we're really grateful for the great diversity of this committee. I think it's the fact that everyone comes from such a different background. It's one of the hallmarks of our AAPI community, is that we are diverse, but just also the thought process and the professional expertise they bring has really allowed us to sort of take it to the next level this time, I think. The Economic Equity Subcommittee meets bi-weekly. Following the Commission's second meeting on May 12th, 2022, the subcommittee met on June 10th, June 24th, July 8th, July 22nd, August 5th, August 19th, September 2nd, and September 16th. We received presentation from a few subject matter experts who helped to inform our recommendations. We had Kemba Hendricks, Senior Advisor for the U.S. OPM, Office of Personnel Management, Udochi Onwubiko, Senior Policy Advisor for the Wage and Hour Division of the Department of Labor, who provided an overview of our enforcement efforts to combat high labor violation rates in low-wage industries, where both AA and NHPI workers are impacted. Kamal Essaheb, Counselor to the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, provided an overview of the department, what it has done and is doing to protect against the possible exploitation of low-wage immigrant workers. So, as we talked about previously, we believe the Economic Equity Subcommittee not just looks at business, but we also look at the individuals, we look at community organizations. You're going to start to see in this round of recommendation how that sort of unfolds a little bit. We had 3 draft recommendations for presentation on September 28th. The recommendation for number 1 is a recommendation for recruitment to increase the percentage of AA and NHPI applicants to the federal workforce. The recommendation to improve the number of new AA and NHPI entrants to the federal marketplace to reverse the decline in small business suppliers. And third, a recommendation to support AA and NHPI workers in low-wage jobs and care workers by advancing strategies that ensure a strong direct care workforce. So that's just sort of the quick overview. Ajay will present the first 2 recommendations, and then Ai-jen will present our 3rd recommendation. Simon, do you have anything else you wanted to add really quick?
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
Ajay, we're going to go one recommendation at a time. So after you present one, we'll have a conversation. Then after you present the other, we'll have a conversation.
Thank you, Smita. Thank you to our co-chairs. Thank you, our executive, Crystal Kai, Erika Mortisogo, our Chief Commissioner Sonal Sa, Carol, our DFO, and all the staff members who have been helping us, and to all our commissioners who have been doing such an amazing job. And I'm very grateful to be here to be representing the voice of thousands of people from our community who I've spoken to many times and understand what their issues are. So I'm representing their voice. The first problem statement over here is that it's anticipated that by 2025, 20% of the US population will be AA and NHPI. However, they only make up 5.6% of the total federal workforce, and even with less representation at the highest level of the government. We are living in a changing world. A new face of America is emerging. The ANHPI population is increasing in the country, and the Census Bureau projects that America will become a majority minority country nation by 2024. There has been a significant shift in the face of the country, particularly by ANHPIs, who have been the fastest growing racial group over the past 10 years, growing almost 50% more than 4 times as fast as the total US population. So this recommendation seeks all federal agencies to increase ANHPI representation in the federal government at all levels and strengthen the pipeline for ANHPIs to enter and advance up the rank through hosting targeted recruitment drives and outreach. And we have a series of other suggestions to increase this, the percentage of ANHPIs in the government. The rationale behind this recommendation being that ANHPI communities are underrepresented in the federal workforce recruitment process. The federal government should adhere to its principles of diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. I think that's on my side.
Great. So we'll have questions and comments on this particular recommendation, then Ajay will present the second recommendation. So any comments on this recommendation, which is increasing representation of AA and HPI populations in federal workforce? Teresita.
I'm reasonably sure that the subcommittee has thought of this, but I think we need to specifically state at all levels, not just entry levels, but mid-management and definitely executive leadership. Yep.
Other comments? That's just a modification we need to make to the recommendation. I know.
That we had the OMB, everyone has to adhere to OMB minimum standards, so everyone kind of looks at one particular thing to standardize their processes. Is there if this is sort of like a blanket recommendation to all federal agencies, how will we be sure they will all see it? You know what I mean? Like, is there a way to get their attention to look at our recommendation? So how will you get all the federal agencies to pay attention to it? Because we have the nugget of OMB minimum standards, so everyone has to adhere to it, so they have to look at it. With this sort of broad general recommendation, how do you get on the radar of all the federal agencies?
Right. So this recommendation is based on the EOC's practical guide, which is basically a set of, if you look into the recommendation, there's a detailed set of guidelines which are provided to increase the outreach, to attract more talent, increase college and community colleges recruitment, and the set of other recruitment effort and outreach. Now, the idea is that we have to increase the federal workforce across all the agencies. So that is why we specifically targeted that this recommendation should be targeted to all the agencies. And I look forward to the leadership of the commission, how we can share this recommendation with all the agencies.
Jane, Smita, and Simon, I think you all discussed, if I'm not wrong, in the committee, in the subcommittee, how to track it or how to know if there's more applications coming in versus how many people got jobs? I know
We-
you all discussed
We
this.
do have that each agency should publish, as it is somewhere in the recommendation, they should publish all the recruitment applications and then look at, and then they should analyze it and then review their strategy accordingly to make sure that they are attracting the right population.
Kevin?
I don't think we answered your question, right? I think your just question is like, how do we get all the agencies to know that they need to do this? And I think it's either through the interagency task force that they were talking about, or honestly, it's the chief of staff pressing a memo button, sending it to all heads of agencies, and then it gets done.
Yes. Very rightly said, Kevin. Thank you.
Grace?
So I don't know what role the Office of Personnel Management or OMB have in helping facilitate or encouraging the agencies to also do that. I don't know if that's a place where we also want to suggest that they have a role in implementing this recommendation. And I'm not familiar enough about OPM's role versus OMB's role in this in this context. So I'm looking at those of you in the federal government.
I just want one quick thing. I'm sure y'all did this already, but there is an executive order on diversity, equity, inclusion, accessibility in the federal workforce. It is Executive Order 13985. So I might just, did y'all already see this executive order from the president? Yeah.
So we did reference that executive order in the recommendation.
Okay. And to Grace's question, I believe it is OPM that will set the regulations, not OMB on this one. Daniel?
Yeah, pursuant to Teresita's comment and understanding that there's a particular dearth of representation at the senior levels of federal government, I wonder if there couldn't be language inserted in this recommendation to address positions such as cabinet level appointments.
Sure, absolutely. We can include that.
So, Ajay, Teresita, Daniel, can you all just get some language that you want to, I know there was one recommendation to add at all levels, and then I think this is another recommendation to say, I think at the most senior levels or at secretary level.
Okay.
So if we
Will
could
do.
just add that in. Any other comments, questions on this recommendation? Okay, Ajay.
Okay, thank you. So the next one is, one of the most important, small ANHPI businesses face obstacles in entering the federal marketplace, particularly since new small business entrants have decreased significantly in the past decade. Now, I meet a lot of people in the community, and they say, they ask that, there's this almost $80 billion of federal contracts go out every year annually, and we don't know how to become a federal contractor, or we don't know how to navigate this process. It's very difficult for us. And those federal contracts, if they're going to the small businesses in rural America or urban areas, and that will increase the middle class and uplift the economy. And we see that the decline, there has been a constant decline for small businesses to enter the federal marketplace. So this recommendation seeks that Small Business Administration should take on a series of actions to increase their partnership and outreach to the ANHPI community, particularly those who are small business owners. And in our previous recommendation, we had that there should be a national VRP economic summit, which would also go around 20-25 different cities and talk about to the federal small businesses how to become how to enter the federal marketplace and work there. So the rationale behind this recommendation is that ANHPI small businesses play an essential role in the U.S. economy, but are underrepresented in the federal marketplace. Thank you.
Comments on this recommendation? Dr. Underwood.
Thank you. This is a really important point for communities that see a lot of contracting from military facilities. Certainly, that's the case in Guam, where it just seems like local businesses are not able to penetrate that. So I would add to that, to SBA, to put particular emphasis, and I'll give you a little language on that, through their small business development centers, because the SBDCs are the vehicles through which they provide training to people entering the economy as small businesses.
Absolutely.
Victoria.
Thank you for working on this specific recommendation. And I know just during the pandemic, a lot of the small businesses were, still kind of rebuilding, right? And I know there was a lot of language access kind of, concerns and issues. And I know there was mention of the small business development centers. Not all regions were created equally, but I know during the pandemic, some had to step up, right, to kind of, figure out what that's going to, look like for the community. And I just wanted to, make note that there is a large language access need there too. And I don't know if that's an opportunity to kind of work with the Language Access Committee, as things are built out. I don't know if it's a second recommendation, but there's kind of this huge gap of small businesses gaining access because of the language barriers, right? So I just wanted to make note there.
SBA should simplify the processes and forms to be filled up for small business owners to become a federal contractor and remove any language barriers for the ANHPI community, small business owners for registering to become a federal contractor.
Grace.
So is this recommendation, I think we should include who you're directing the recommendation to. I'm assuming it's the Small Business Administration, but
yes.
Yeah.
It is to SBA. And to Robert's point, we'll add a point on SBCC also. Okay.
I just want to share an experience that we have in Minnesota where many contractors, the state government do not include Asian Americans, and again, it's because of that model minority myth that keeps being perpetuated, that the one or two large businesses are owned by Asian Americans, and so then automatically we're not included in the minority-owned businesses. And so I'm wondering if we can specify that it's not just small businesses, but specifically Asian American small businesses, right? Asian Americans and Native Hawaiians and Pacific Islander small businesses, so that it's much more inclusive and very directed to our community. It's just a suggestion. I'm sure that you all discuss this within your subcommittee, but I think if the more specific we are, the more success we'll see as well too.
Kaying, if you have language suggestions on that, could you just make sure it might be including?
Yeah, I think for me, just to add AA and HPI small businesses, minority-owned businesses.
Yeah.
The only thing is that from our last meeting, from the National Council, said that by the Constitution, you cannot include by race. So we can go with the wording of small businesses, but not specifically ANHPI.
Can you include minority-owned businesses? Okay, so perhaps, yeah.
Yeah, we can also, I think, and just clarify me, I think one thing we can do is can we cast the recommendation as the AANHPI, this commission, we're very concerned about this particular issue as it relates to this particular community, and so we're going to recommend that the SBA specifically do this. And then potentially, that's a question on data. I mean, I think one of the things we tried to do in our recommendation also includes some reporting out, because, you know, sometimes these recommendations are there, but we don't know what actually, you know, what the result of it. So in the reporting out, we can also request that. So we can take a look at that.
Sure.
Yeah.
And we have a point here. SBS should reserve 2 to 4% of annual contracts for small businesses, new entrants every year, to help the new entrant become more competitive and help settle in the federal marketplace.
And Ajay, maybe the comment there is just to say minority-owned small businesses
Absolutely.
as opposed to just generally small businesses.
Yes, we'll add that language.
Yep.
Thank
Any
you.
other comments? All right. And I believe IGen is presenting our last Economic Subcommittee.
Yes, okay. So the recommendation I'm going to be presenting on addresses the proliferation of low-wage work in our communities. And I think everyone at this table knows that we do have an epidemic of low-wage work in America, where 44% of working people work incredibly hard and still can't make ends meet. Can't pay the bills, don't have access to a safety net, don't have job security, and welcome.
Michelle, we're only smiling because your face popped up onto the screen while IGen was speaking. And it's like, it's a big face right next to, not your face, but the screen is very big, so it's very funny.
And you look amazing, by the way. Okay, so, right, so there's just so many workers in our country who are working incredibly hard and just can't take care of themselves or their own families. And this is also true in our communities. About 40% of ANHPI workers work in low-wage jobs like restaurant work, retail work, and care work. And these workers are also overwhelmingly immigrants in our communities. And one of the profound things that we learned in the pandemic is that a number of these workers are also essential to our safety and our well-being as a country, to our public health, and they just have yet to be treated as the essential workers that they are. And so these recommendations are really about addressing those conditions to the best of our ability, given our constraints. And they also are attempting to speak to the fact that we are, as we've been saying, a really diverse community. We're a community of communities. And in different communities, there are different dynamics. So, for example, 20% of Bangladeshis live in poverty. In California, nearly 1 in 4 ANHPIs are working and struggling with poverty. So in some parts of our communities, this is just a widespread issue. And one of the fastest growing workforce segments within our fast growing communities is the care economy. And it's the part of our economy that is about taking care of our aging loved ones, our children, our loved ones with disabilities. And because as a country, we have a huge and growing older population, the demand for these services is only going to grow. So consistently, every year, home health aides are among the top 3 fastest growing occupations in our entire workforce. And the average annual income for a home health care worker is $21,000 per year. So very difficult to take care of yourself and your family, which means that we have high rates of turnover, which then has huge implications for our elders being able to get access to the services they need. So we believe in our committee that investing in the care workforce, especially in the home and community, is a good leverage point to start addressing low-wage work in our communities. We also believe that supporting immigrant workers who are trying to enforce their rights and eliminating the fear that comes from being an immigrant worker trying to enforce your right is also a leverage point. And so our recommendations really focus there. The first is having to do with addressing the conditions of direct care workers. So we want to recommend that there be a set of initiatives undertaken to support and strengthen the direct care workforce that is providing long-term services and supports for the aging population and people with disabilities, including creating an interagency task force, ensuring that HHS, this is a little in the weeds, but HHS play its role in assessing the wage levels necessary to attract and retain a strong workforce, and also establish some training requirements to ensure that this workforce is prepared for the role ahead, the work ahead. The second recommendation is focused on the immigrant workforce across sectors, and it's really about protecting Asian immigrant workers who are exercising their civil and workplace rights. And so it would be about directing the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Labor to coordinate on clearly outlined processes for workers asserting their rights to receive protections from immigration enforcement and to be able to have access to work authorization, so that the fear of deportation and family separation does not come in the way of people wanting to or people needing to exercise their civil and workplace rights. So that's the second piece. And then the third piece is that the White House should direct the Department of Labor to convene a domestic work advisory board that would convene stakeholders, employers, workers, government, to develop recommendations on how to protect, empower, and strengthen job quality for the workforce that works particularly in the home-based setting, which is where the most growth is in the sector.
Thank you, Aijen. Kamal?
Thanks so much, Aijen. This is definitely a much needed recommendation, and the problem, like you said, has been going on for quite some time. I was just wondering if you included in this data that you presented the sort of the disenfranchised workers that may not have papers, or are they not necessarily captured in this recommendation?
They are captured to the extent that the Domestic Work Advisory Board would issue recommendations that are looking at and inclusive of all workers, regardless of their status, and that the recommendation relating to the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Labor coordinating on how to protect immigrant workers' rights is also a reflection of those concerns and those experiences. The piece that's about the direct care workforce would not apply to undocumented workers because, as it stands, people who don't have work authorization cannot work through publicly funded programs, which is what this pertains to, the first recommendation.
Robert?
Yeah, thank you. This is a really important, significant recommendation, particularly with home care, because America ought to wake up. These are the people who are going to take care of the elderly that as you get older. And right now, many of them are not on the economy. because they're in a situation where they're very vulnerable. So they're underpaid, and then, of course, they're not professionalized, so we don't know the kind of quality of services that are being provided. And so this is, even though it disproportionately affects Asian American Pacific Islander community, this is an entire country issue that people need to understand as to how the elderly are going to get taken care of, and how to put them on a regular economy so that everybody is protected, including the worker and the elderly themselves. Very important point. Thank you.
Kim.
Hey, thanks so much. I really respect this set of 3 recommendations, and I fully, wholeheartedly support them. I think in the work that I do around human trafficking, we know that exploitation, wage and labor violations, and labor trafficking are fully nuanced and with a whole spectrum of overlap. So I really appreciate these recommendations as a means for preventing human trafficking. And we know that that is a priority of this administration and this federal government. So I think this is a means and a ways of prevention of human trafficking and labor trafficking first. Secondly, I think that in terms of the protecting Asian immigrant workers exercising their civil and workplace rights, and advancing economic security and opportunity and achieving equity, I think that is important when the Department of Labor and Department of Homeland Security start developing programs to protect the civil rights of these immigrant workers, that in the course of their protections, that they don't have the workers waiting upon investigations without getting benefits or protections. Because oftentimes in the course of this long-term delayed investigations of wage and labor violations, of exploitation, of labor trafficking, it's the workers who suffer. And so I don't know how we can put some language into that to make it that there are some protections before an investigation is complete, but I would like to see some of that reflected in this recommendation. But thank you so much. I really appreciate this.
Luisa?
Yeah, to Kimberly's point, we will be working on a recommendation that addresses exactly that, protecting people's rights as workers in this country. So there will be a recommendation on that. And then just a little bit of history, because when I started doing my union organizing, it was home care workers. And I learned a whole lot. Do you all know that home care workers were not covered by wage and hour laws? They didn't get overtime. And it took them organizing into a union to bring that to the attention, not only at the state government, but also at the federal government. But that was a shocker for me. I thought everybody, gets overtime, but they do not. They were specifically excluded. And it started when domestic workers were mainly African American coming out of slavery. And that's how long this history is. And then it just expanded as more immigrants came into the country and took on those jobs. But that's a piece of history that needs to be remembered, that this goes back hundreds of years, and it's just expanded. And then during the time I was organizing home care workers, we made the argument that long-term care in convalescent hospitals was very expensive, and not to take away the rights of those workers and that they should also be paid better, but we use that as people who grow older want to live and die at their home. And we are saving the government money by having them being taken care of by their family members. So that was at the beginning, and then we just pushed further to make sure that they got wages. We're still not there, but at least to get protected by their workers' rights, and also to provide them the opportunity to join a union or an association that can represent their needs to the bodies that need to hear about this.
Thank you, Luisa. Thank you for the reminder of history and how it started. Reynald.
Yeah, thanks so much for the recommendation. You're hard pressed to find an American whose life isn't touched by an immigrant worker. This isn't for this recommendation, but I hope that this continues a line of recommendations in that there are workers that don't fit neatly into the categories you're describing, such as the COFA communities, the Compact of Free Association states that are specifically brought here for labor, but then are withheld from a lot of the benefits that a worker needs. And so, they have a lot of hoops to jump through when they've come here to boost their American industry, and so I think that particular population that's been here for decades, that is now I think the largest migration last came in 2000. So they're 20 years in with children here, and still not getting access to just basic rights. And they're all over, there are places where their issues haven't come to the front, such as the South and the Midwest. But last time we tracked, they're in 34 states. And, I don't see anyone pushing for those worker rights for them, at least at the federal level. And so I think this might be an opportunity.
I couldn't agree more. Thank you so much. We will definitely be taking that up in the committee. And I also just wanted to build off of what Luisa said, that home and community-based care costs states about a third of what institution-based care costs. So talk about a win-win, right? We all want to age at home and in the community, connected to our families. And we have a workforce that's growing here to support that. And we can save the system money long-term. Investing in that part of the economy feels like a really important strategy for good jobs, but also for equity, opportunity, all the things that this commission is about. And this administration actually has been the most proactive and publicly championing of this workforce and of home and community-based services of any. When the president was first announced the American Jobs Plan, there was a massive investment proposed in home and community-based services that would do two things: increase access to home and community-based care for the aging population, and raise wages and improve job quality for this workforce, understanding that those two goals are totally interdependent. So I think that this administration is on board, and to the extent that we can make some recommendations about how to just continue to move the ball forward, I think it's really powerful. So thank you all.
Grace, before I get to you, Michelle, if you have any questions, just go ahead and use the raise hand feature, and we're happy to make sure we can include you in that too. Grace.
This on? Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to build on what Ray had raised earlier, just to add to that second recommendation, Pacific Islander, before the word immigrant. And yeah, I mean, as a start.
Amy.
I think my point was the same as Grace. It's either we add Asian and Pacific Islander immigrant workforce or just have it immigrant workers.
Okay. Excellent. Other comments? Smita?
I'm just gonna make a note. This is actually why I thought this was such an interesting round of recommendations for us this time. As we started digging in, and just to sort of emphasize how the great diversity of our committee really kind of brought all these things together. We're talking about bringing in, helping companies and businesses and families get jobs, but we're also thinking about, well, if they get jobs, what is the impact on the families, and how are those families going to live? And then what about those people that are helping those families live? And so really that just sort of beautiful thread in thinking that really got in, where Luisa's now thinking, Luisa's adding to it, well, how are we protecting their rights, and how how are we going to continue to advance it? It's a really great conversation and a good reason to support our being one of the top 6. I like the way Kim formulated one of the top 6 subcommittees of this commission.
Sarah.
I just wanted to build on Ai-jen's point and just include one other element that I think is so connected to economic empowerment, and that's just the basic concept of dignity, which I think is paramount to this administration for all people, and the connection between those two items. That's it.
Any other comments? Carrie.
Thank you. I'm thinking about how the Medicare reimbursements for home health care affect the reimbursement policies and therefore the wages of home health care workers. And so what I'm wondering about is how to add a clause in the recommendations to say that the Medicare regulations need to be examined to see how it affects reimbursements and therefore wages.
Yes, we should do that. I'm trying to think about the best way. It's mostly Medicaid that these services are delivered through. Medicare only covers home health in a very limited capacity, but I think it should all be examined. So maybe we can figure out some language. Just give me a few minutes on that. Yeah.
I should maybe on this one include a little bit on Medicaid, and maybe as you all think about the next round of recommendations, whether there can be an addition on how Medicare might want to think about it, because so much of this is going to have to get paid somewhere.
Right.
And I'm not sure I've seen much in Medicare on how we're thinking about long-term care, as Robert has put out as population is just aging in the United States.
Right. Exactly.
But I do want to say, did you still want to have another? Oh, sorry. I do want to say, I think the breadth of these recommendations in the Economic Subcommittee are important, so just to add to Smitha's points, and I appreciate you bringing and ensuring that we're taking care of all workers and ensuring that we don't forget those that keep us essentially going on a regular basis, and that's important. So very much a reason why this commission exists, so I appreciate that. We do not have any more comments on these 3 recommendations. I am going to ask that we take a 10-minute break, 15-minute break. We're going to wait for Mia to come back so we can start the strategic conversation. So we're just taking our break a slight bit early, and then we will be back here in 15 minutes.
Thank you so much. I was voluntold to represent the Health Equity Subcommittee today, so the lesson here is never go on vacation. So the Health Equity Subcommittee has Carrie Doi, Mia Ives Rubley, and myself as co-chairs. Our members are Victoria Nguyen, Dr. Kimberly Chang, Michelle Kauhane, Dr. Kamal Khalsi, and non-commissioned member is Dr. Quinn Metzger with our DFO, Min Go. Through our meetings leading up to this quarterly meeting, we had several presenters, which included Jennifer Joseph from the Office of Policy and Program Development, Health Resources and Services Administration, Bureau of Primary Health Care. Oh my God, my time is going to be taken up just by her agency name, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Rebecca Malber von Lohenfeld, who is from the Healthcare Career Advancement Program, which is funded by the Department of Labor. Tara Spencer, who is with the Nursing Education and Practice Branch, Division of Nursing and Public Health, Bureau of Health Workforce, Health Resources and Services Administration. Joe Banias, Deputy Director, he's with the Legislative Affairs Office of Assistant Secretary, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. And Dr. Matthew Tejada, who is with the Office of Environmental Justice, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency. I am very appreciated that we're one of the top 6 subcommittees. But I will also say that I consider our subcommittee to be very deliberative and deliberate. And Chief Commissioner, we actually do not have a recommendation today, but I do want to share with you all the scope of the discussions we've been having. Health equity is a broad landscape that challenges our subcommittee in its breadth and its differing and disproportionate impact on Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, and Pacific Islanders. Layered with the experience of the pandemic, anti-Asian hate, racism against Asian Americans, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islander people, the status of presence in this country, whether they're here for generations, they're here because of a compact of free association communities, or they're immigrants or refugees. Social determinants of health, where Asian Americans, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islanders are born, live, learn, work, play, worship, and age. The health and health status that present multifaceted, interconnected, and complex contributors and barriers to access, quality, and opportunities for health. Nevertheless, in spite of all that, our subcommittee is striving to bring recommendations for the following issues: addressing and preventing gun violence. This has been eloquently explained by the Belonging, Inclusion, Anti-Asian, and Anti-Discrimination Subcommittee earlier. The American Medical Association has declared gun violence to be a public health crisis, and our subcommittee would definitely like to work with this committee, with your committee, on this issue. Next is combating domestic, intimate, physical, and/or sexual violence. Domestic, intimate, physical, and/or sexual violence can occur in all types of relationships and situations, regardless of gender identities or sexual orientation. In many cases, it is about power and control that affects our communities. 1/4 to half of Asian American women report experiencing intimate, physical, and/or sexual violence during their lifetime. So again, this is an issue that our subcommittee will continue to explore and open to working with other subcommittees. Next is increasing resources to address mental health. We are heartened that our subcommittee's recommendation submitted previously seems to have received favor for a potential national mental health summit to be hosted by Health and Human Services. The key thing about this particular summit is we definitely want to hear from the communities that are affected. Next issue is human trafficking. Whether it is for purposes of labor, sex, or other purposes, women and children especially those of immigrant populations, are substantial in numbers experiencing human trafficking. And this issue spans gender identification in all ages. So we will continue to explore the issues here and attempt to develop recommendations. Next issue is COVID-19 and equitable response. The Health Equities COVID-19 and Equitable Response Subgroup recognizes that the COVID-19 pandemic has disproportionately affected our communities in ways beyond infection rates, but in other areas like anti-Asian hate, economic impacts, etc. Our subcommittee raised attention for more federal resources to increase the culturally and linguistically competent pandemic healthcare workforce and for the federal government to better address digital health literacy needs. We continue to be interested in collaborating with the other subcommittees on recommendations around equitable COVID-19 pandemic responses. Next is environmental justice. What started as a deep concern for the Red Hill aquifer contamination that affected drinking water in Oahu, Hawaii, stimulated thinking about its intersection and all the other issues that we should think about in terms of environmental justice and social justice, environmental and social justice that affect all of our communities, whether they are in urban or rural areas. Okay. Challenges in accessing health care. There have been references to language access by the Language Access Committee. Certainly that is definitely one of the biggest challenges that we face, but we are also interested in eventually exploring coverage for healthcare for more people and the ability to access quality, affordable healthcare when people need it, where they need it. Healthcare workforce, because of the pandemic, the shortage of healthcare workers have accelerated. And this is across all spectrum of workers, whether they are in clinical care or in community health settings or even in home care settings. We are really interested in making sure that the avenues for development of healthcare and availability of healthcare workers are expanded, and especially for those who are able to provide culturally and linguistically appropriate services. Women's health, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander women as a group and from different origins in large numbers face cancers, diabetes, blood pressure, and other specific underlying and developing health conditions. There are challenges in accessing reproductive care, challenges in accessing mental health, the stereotypes and biases in how women, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander women should look, should speak, should act at different stages in our lives that affect our health and how we access health. So we have had a wide-ranging discussions around these different issues, and our challenge, of course, is the same challenge faced by all the other subcommittees. It is how do we define and how do we narrow it down specifically so that we can come up with actionable recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresita, and I think that was super helpful to have the background of all of the issues that you all have been discussing in the subcommittee. Ajay?
Thank you. These are very important issues. I just want to add 2 points. One on the healthcare workers. There's a huge shortage of nursing staffing across hospitals and things, and getting a good care for a patient who is in the hospital is very important. But due to reduced number of nurses and staffing, there's a huge issues. So I hope in the subcommittee, if you could consider that.
And which ease the hardships faced by individuals and families living with long-term immigration removal orders. The second is recommend that the Department of Homeland Security, United States Citizenship and Immigration Services establish procedures that allow for the stamping of H-1B and L visas in the United States. And in the spirit of serving as a voice for those that are most systematically silenced, I have the honor of presenting our recommendation on immigration enforcement. The problem that we're trying to address is that immigration enforcement targeting old criminal convictions and prolonged immigration detention of individuals who cannot be removed from the U.S. have a detrimental effect on AA and HPI families and communities. And I want to give a very brief background because I know this can be very complex. In 1996, Congress passed the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigration Responsibility Act and the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act, which radically expanded which crimes made an immigrant eligible for removal and made these changes retroactive. These laws significantly expanded the government's ability to automatically detain and deport people by redefining the term aggravated felony to include a long list of low-level offenses and apply the term retroactively, as mentioned earlier. Eliminating many defenses or exceptions to deportation, creating mandatory and prolonged detention of immigrants, and creating new fast-track procedures that deport people without letting them see an immigration judge. So for example, individuals who were not removable in 1995 suddenly became removable in 1996. Also, the new laws limited judicial discretion, preventing immigration judges from being able to take into consideration the fact that someone is a long-time lawful permanent resident, has U.S. citizen children, are successful small business owners, and are rehabilitated. They also prevented federal courts from reviewing many immigration court decisions. Our recommendation covers two big buckets of enforcement. The first one on the screen there is that ICE should establish a presumption of release for individuals who can show that they are not a public risk, public safety risk, improve the check-in process, and or limit the usage of the institutional hearing program, and refrain from deporting anyone who has a pending appeal motion to reopen or motion to reconsider. The second bucket is that USCIS should provide longer durations of employment authorization for individuals with long-term orders of supervision and who are unlikely to be removed in the next several years. The essence of these recommendations are in alignment with President Biden's executive order on his first day in office on the revision of civil immigration enforcement policies and priorities that revoked the prior administration's priorities, which made virtually everyone a target for immigration enforcement. The rationale for our recommendations are that prior to 1996, many individuals charged with crimes were not advised about immigration penalties for pleas or convictions. Others may have decided to take pleas, agreeing to what were often minor sentences because the convictions were not for crimes for which they could be deportable. Southeast Asians who came to this country as refugees are disproportionately impacted by deportation. More than 80% of the total Southeast Asian deportation orders, compared to 29% of all immigrants with deportation, are based on old criminal convictions. Additionally, the majority of these individuals have never been to their country of birth because they came at a very young age as refugee children and were born in refugee camps. They consider themselves Americans. Now, these folks are being deported as adults despite having completed the terms of their sentence and rehabilitating. Today, most of these individuals have U.S. citizenship children, U.S. citizen family members, and strong connections to the U.S. Many no longer have any ties to family in places like Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam. And the impact of detentions and deportations on individuals with long-term removal orders and those who cannot be removed has been devastating and affects the whole community, just the family. And deportation disrupts these communities' livelihoods and well-being. Ready for discussion.
Thank you, Kaing. Important recommendations. I really appreciate. And sometimes, I appreciate you giving us the history of it too, because I think it matters in understanding the recommendation. So thank you. Comments, questions, Kevin?
So my question is just to understand better. So do we, I mean, if the law states it a certain way, do we have the authority to ask USCIS? Does ICE have the authority to change those practices?
Yes, right now, a lot of the implementation are consistent guidelines across the country, and every region is slightly different from the other. There's no uniform practice. And I'm going to rely on my legal counsel.
I mean, the other piece is, and this is a larger issue of debate about the authority of, any law enforcement agency, whether it be immigration enforcement or your local law enforcement, about how they're going to expend their resources. And it's a question of prosecutorial discretion if they're going to choose to prioritize or, enforce the, prior orders. And during this during the Obama administration, there was a lot of agency-wide policy around prosecutorial discretion. For example, the whole DACA program is exercising prosecutorial discretion to not remove young people, right? And so that, came at a certain time and have certain education, et cetera, et cetera. So in the context of these particular cases, if people have certain equities, what we're suggesting is that, the agency not engage use their prosecutorial discretion to not engage in enforcing these old orders, especially for cases where countries aren't taking people back.
So that's why I was just looking at the exact language of the recommendation where you said should establish a presumption of release. And I feel like if you are asking an agency to actually, take a presumption of release of individuals, that you're kind of intersecting with the actual law itself if the law doesn't allow for it, versus what you're saying is we are recommending that ICE take a prosecutorial deprioritization of certain actions. And so that's the only thing, because the language itself, it sounds like you're saying, hey, here's the law of 1996, it sucks and it's unfair, and then you're asking the agency to kind of take this new approach to it with the language of a presumption, which is a very legally loaded language. And so I just don't know if that's something that an agency could do, even if they wanted to do it.
That's fair.
Yeah, I think he's just saying, could you make the recommendation, say something like use prosecutorial agency
What I'm saying is
to
we should
do-
check to make sure our recommendation doesn't go against the
Yeah.
letter of the law, because then there's nothing an agency could do about it, and it would be an empty recommendation.
Yeah, so just to, not to interfere too much, but we do have an ex officio member on our subcommittee who has looked at these recommendations as well.
Teresita?
Perhaps the subcommittee has considered this, but one of the consistent things that I hear in our communities is that when someone is picked up, there really is no process for the families or the community to find out what's happened to them, where they've gone. That there are instances when they might go to a local detention center and then within a few days disappear somewhere else into the national system. I don't know what kind of recommendation we can make here, but I think the ability to know what happens to members of our community who are picked up for whatever reasons is very important for a lot of justice issues.
Yeah, that's happened a lot. When they go for a check-in, they could automatically be detained and deported. And we've seen a lot of this happening in the Cambodian community, where it would be a regular checkup, and they have been checking in for 10 years, 20 years, and then suddenly go into ICE and just be deported. I think this is the transparency and the dignity that we want to recommend here, is that the families at least be forewarned, but also that it be done in a way that communities can have a say in, or at least opportunity to defend themselves.
Is that part of your recommendation to inform the families?
It isn't, but we can add that. Is that your suggestion, Teresa? Teresita?
not just families, but community advocates that the families are working with, because the families typically have many challenges also. They're working, there's language and other cultural barriers, and also fear,
Yes.
period, of those governmental agencies.
And in the future, we will talk about legal representation for people who have removal orders. And yes, because the population that is most disproportionately impacted by this have been Southeast Asians, and they don't necessarily have access to legal support. And like I said, because they cannot be deported for a very long time, decades, that they're not prepared to defend themselves when they are detained. And so, yes, those are all really important issues to raise.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. Just thank you for shining light on kind of the experience of the refugee community, right? Especially from Cambodia, Laos, and Vietnam, right, as a member of the Southeast Asian community. And, I know a lot of the organizing work, especially like in the South, right, with some of the detention centers and trying to coordinate those services, especially legal services, right, for those and the families that are being impacted. So I just, again, wanted to give thanks that there is focus and highlight on this particular community.
Yes, echoing Victoria, Commissioner Nguyen's comments and gratitude for your recommendation. I also want to emphasize that historically, the federal government has used separation of families as a way to hold down communities. And when we deport members of our community, the ripple effects extend to the families and the children who are American citizens. And that increases a cycle of trauma. It increases cycles of poverty when a parent or a breadwinner is removed from the country. And it is very detrimental in terms of continuing to oppress some of these communities. So, this tool of separating families needs to stop. So thank you for trying to address that.
Other comments? So I think we have a slight modification in this, Kaying, right?
Yes. So to add, as probably a third recommendation is the ability to inform families. ICE provide the ability to inform families and community advocates when an individual is detained. Is that right? And I don't know, is someone typing that up? Yeah, and I can work.
If you can work, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Teresita.
Appreciate that. Next recommendation.
Yes, that's my colleague Ajay.
So, thank you. H-1B visa holders process the given opportunities to work in the United States.
Are you using the mic?
As part of our immigration process, H-1B visa holders are given the opportunity to work in the United States, live here, and contribute to the growth of our economy, innovation, and economic development. But they face a challenge here that when H-1B visa holders they have to travel, even they have a valid visa for 3 years or 6 years, whichever time frame, when they get a stamping on the visa for a certain period of time frame, and when they have to travel outside of U.S. to their home country, India or any other country, they have to get a stamping done to re-enter United States. Now, there are situations where there are a lot of people whose whose parents have been in ICU or critical condition, or they had a funeral or death of a parent, but they could not travel back to the home country with the fear that if there is often delay in the visa appointments in the countries, home countries. In India, right now, the wait period is 844 days to get a visa appointment, which is like 2 years or more. In many countries, there's similar situation, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and many others. China is much better right now. So they cannot get an appointment and they cannot get a stamping done and they get stuck. What happens then? They potentially lose the job, wife and kids are here, separated, and with no means to support themselves, or, many times the wives, they don't drive, or spouses, they don't drive. So a lot of this kind of situation create, a, destruction in their life while they were given the full opportunity to work here legally. So this recommendation basically is saying that USCIS should update its policy as it was done previously many years back to provide guideline to permit extension of and stamping of visas in US by USCIS. It was done previously, it was stopped, and this recommendation is to requesting USCIS to allow restamping in US. Alternatively, USCIS should also consider providing advanced travel document to these visa holders when they have to travel out of the country with expired visa stamping, so that they can re-enter the US without any issues or having to get re-stamping in their home countries. They should be able to re-enter. So that's it. Thank you.
So I think in the broader category here, I would just say this is sort of, again, family separation. And to think about how we put this into a broader question of it's separating families. And it's an easy way to put fear into families. And I think, and I appreciate, Kim, you raising that as an important approach. And so any questions and comments on this? Teresita.
Just a general comment that for decades, family reunification used to be one of the objectives of the immigration reform. And that has disappeared in favor of, labor force needs of the United States. And I think that is something that I would love for the subcommittee to really consider. That is fundamental to our values as a family, as a clan, as a community. And it's also very fundamental to mental health and appropriate functioning of people. Our early immigration history has separated many families. Among Filipinos, Filipino men came here as agricultural workers without the benefit of their families, and few Filipino women were able to come. And so here we are again, in the annals of history, going back to deliberate family separation and disruption and removing the value of family reunification. So please consider that. Thank you.
Daniel.
Just a quick question. Can you tell me the difference between an H-1B visa and an L visa? Because you specify both.
And the same company has another sister company here in US, then you can send people on L1 visa between the intercompany. You can only work for that company. For H1 visa, you get through a lottery system, and like any company like Apple, Google, they file for H1 visa, and they get through the lottery system, and then they gainfully work on for those companies.
You can move companies with an H-1B.
Yes, and with H-1 visa, you can move companies, yes.
Okay, but the long wait times for visa appointments when you're outside the U.S. applies to both visas?
They apply to both visas, and I have a recommendation which is coming in the December commission meeting, which, if the subcommittee votes for it, is on the wait times for H-1, L-1, and as well as visitor visa. If you look at the State Department's website, right now for several countries, the wait times, as I gave an example of India, it's 844 days to get an appointment for visa. Whether you get the visa or not, that's a different story. And same thing with Pakistan, Bangladesh, Mexico, over 450 days or something. So that is something which we need to look into, and there's a recommendation in the pipeline.
Teresita.
Oh, wait.
As additional,
I was just going to respond, to him. But.
As additional information, healthcare uses H-1B visas quite a bit, and nurses. So if there is an employer that is willing to sponsor, willing to pay for the legal costs, acceleration of papers and all that, that is possible. But there's still a limitation on the number who could come over. Yeah.
I was just going to say simply in H-1B, the category is for skilled workers. And then Ls are intra-company transferees is the specific term.
I would say, I think one of the comments I would make here is that I think this overall in the commission, just thinking about dignity for people, and how do we make it easier in a dignified process and a dignified approach. It's one thing to have rules, it's another to not hold dignity of families and individuals.
And just to build off of that, I feel like there's a lot of mythology about immigrants and criminality. And what we're talking about in both of these recommendations is the incredible imposition and indignity of people who are actually legal immigrants. People are refugees, right? Southeast Asian refugees. People who are here on work visas are also being dehumanized. And I think that there's something across the board that needs to be addressed, whether people are here authorized or not. There's a kind of pattern of indignity and family separation that really does have to be addressed.
Any other comments here? Grace?
I mean, I do want to speak a bit to Kai-Ying's recommendation and just, the fundamental background about it. I mean, I echo what Kimberly said about, the trauma that's been experienced, especially in refugee communities, and that Victoria mentioned as well. I mean, in terms of what we, this particular population that the recommendation speaks to, they are from countries where the U.S., I mean, in our foreign policy, exercised its power, I guess, and destabilized countries and communities. And the result is that folks, fled to the U.S. and we provided transportation and in many cases plopped them in communities without adequate support and ways to mitigate the trauma they experience. And, as I keep mentioning the work that I do, the trauma that people experience in their lives manifests later on, whether it be in interactions with law enforcement or in other ways. And so, we haven't invested in supporting the healing in many of our communities. And I personally, from a personal level, feel we have an obligation to make sure that we do invest in keeping these families together and supporting these community members. So that's my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, and Grace, I think that's a great point of the values that we hold as a commission and how do we help those that don't have voice in family and really making sure that we are giving voice, but we are also ensuring that our communities are well taken care of beyond, again, individualized issues, but to broadly keeping communities together and families together. Kim, do you have?
Yeah, thanks. I wanted to raise up the issue of the COFA migrants as well, and for you folks as a committee to please pay attention to the other classes of visas and immigration statuses, because time and time again, differential classes of immigration and differential classes of status gives you differential access to systems of care and protection. And that means you're lesser than when you don't have the same access that we all have because we're here as citizens of the United States. And so just to think about that a little bit in terms of how can we give people that dignity by giving them access to systems of care and protection, and especially for the COPA migrants as well.
Thank you, Kim.
That's
Mia?
going to be an issue that Amy and Robert will be leading in the next, hopefully December.
Mia?
Yeah. I just wanted to bring up the point, much like Kimberly was saying, there are definitely, other classes of immigrants that come into the United States. And one of the classes that nobody talks about is adoptees. And they're super invisible in the Asian American, Pacific Islander Native Hawaiian communities. They're often forgot about in terms of policy. And many of these individuals are, one, at risk of being deported because many of the older adoptees didn't get automatic citizenship. So there are a number of reasons why they didn't get it. But I think there's some administrative things that we could do to help provide a few more protections. Some of the other stuff is sort of has to be done legislatively, which you could push for. But I have to believe that there's something administrative that we can do to provide a few more protections for these individuals who, much like DACA, came to the U.S. without choosing to and have no real resources in terms of family ties or cultural ties and are often sent back to countries that they have no clue how to interact with or live in. So, and then the second part is a lot of adoptees don't have, particularly transracial adoptees, don't have access to a lot of their records. And even though many of these companies work within the United States or have United States partners, they don't have access to basic medical information about their biological family. They don't have even sometimes they don't have like birth records or other things, which really put a lot of people in a bind. I talked to a couple of people who were afraid to try and get a new passport because they didn't have any birth certificate that could help them renew or get a passport or deal with any of the other implications around birth certificates. So I think that's another area that adoptees who are a lot of them, a majority of them are from Asian, East Asian, and South Asian communities.
Thank you, Mia, for bringing that up. In the longer version of the recommendation, not the summarized one, we did mention that could be one of the discretions that ICE could take in deciding who is deportable and who cannot be removed. And we have received a letter from one of the advocacy organizations to talk specifically about Korean adoptees, and I agree with you completely. I'm from a state where the Korean adoptee community is the largest in Minnesota, and so I've learned a great deal from that community and the challenge that they're facing as well too. So I'm really happy that you're bringing that up, and I took note of this and that we will continue to talk about how some of our recommendations can address some of these things. But the access to records is really important. I mean, I haven't even thought about that as well too. So I'm really happy, and anytime you want to provide some recommendations, let us know. Thank you, Mia.
Excellent. I do not believe there's any changes to this recommendation. Amy, oh, sorry, I didn't see you.
Yeah, no changes. I just wanted to have a comment that we've all talked about values that are important to what we should be paying attention to. And I just wanted to emphasize that family reunification is definitely a value. But the other thing is really the labor needs of the United States. We are doing, the demographics, Pew Research, everyone says the demographics in the United States are that America, it has to depend on immigrants because of the workforce and the age and so forth. So we have to also make sure that our recommendations are couched in a way that says that the immigrants are really providing a necessary contribution to the economy and other things. The other point I wanted to say is that we didn't talk about, our committee is called Immigration and Citizenship. And really, some of these people don't have a pathway to citizenship and we have to look at that. But those who do have a pathway to citizenship face many, many barriers, and there are lots of programs like ours in Hawaii and elsewhere where we do try and do naturalization and citizenship workshops, and those are the kinds of things that have to be actually supported and funded and we pay attention to, not just because of because citizenship provides so much more access to equality, basically, and many of our immigrants actually don't know that they are actually eligible for it, or it's too complicated, and so I think our committee should actually look, say some things about pathways to citizenship and voter education.
Okay, I think we are done with all of our recommendations, so kudos to all the subcommittees for all the presentations, for all of the hard work that went into building each of these recommendations. We only showed the short version up here, but there's a lot in the documentation that came to this, so thank you all for the amount of work that went to that. We're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll come back and vote on the recommendations, and then we'll summarize. 15-minute break, and we'll reconvene at 4 p.m. to be able to vote with us, so I want to make sure that that goes on record. Oh, did it not get captured? No. Okay. So we're now going to go through sections, in each of the sections for voting and recommendations. So belonging, inclusion, anti-Asian hate, anti-discrimination, there was one recommendation. So I believe we did not make any changes to that recommendation. I'm sorry, I'm looking backwards here. Great. So can someone ask for a vote, right? We have to ask for the vote. So can the commissioner?
Approve.
So Smita has made the motion, second? Ajay is second. Everybody want to just raise their hand if we approve this recommendation? Majority approves. Everybody, Grace's hands. Unanimous approval. The Language Access Subcommittee had 3 recommendations. I believe there was there was some modification, correct?
A lot.
So immediately designating a language access point of contact. And then revising language access plans that include a timeline on expectations when translations will be completed, with a particular focus on emergent issues, and making them publicly available on the agency department website, including translations in both written and oral formats. Is everybody okay with those changes? No, emergent do you want emergency only, or do you want emergent? I think we said emergent just because it could be issues of the day, but it doesn't always have to be an emergency issue. I believe that was yeah. Yeah, so we don't have to define what an emergency is and what is not an emergency. Okay. Does anyone want a motion to approve? Do we have to go through?
Motion to approve.
Okay. Daniel, motion to approve. Mia, second. Oh, Teresita, second. Who? Oh, Kamal, sorry.
I get that all the time.
I'm not going there. There's no one in this conversation. Everybody approve this recommendation? Hands, please. Unanimous consent. All right, next recommendation. Are we doing these in bulk, Carol, or are we going to do one at a time?
So it's one issue section.
Okay.
It's one issue section at a time.
Okay. The next recommendation on the issues of language access, there was one change. Oh, actually, two bullets added. OMB should complete a full evaluation of all executive departments and agencies of the cost to provide translations of the top 12 languages spoken in the U.S. Mia, we took 12 because that was what was also in this. Okay. The president's budget should include funds for translation services in all executive departments and agencies. The budget should fund translation services at a minimum of 70% of OMB's estimate by FY 2025 and at 100% by 2030. Any comments on those recommendations? That is a timeline that you all have been asking about.
By 2023.
Yeah. All right, can we add by 2023? For the first one? Yeah. By the end of 2023.
Give them a little time.
That gives a calendar year. All right. Is everybody good with that change? Yes. All right, anybody motion to approve? Simon motions to approve. Second? All right, Emily seconds. Everybody raise your hand if you approve of this. Excellent. Unanimous. All right, next. The last recommendation was on USCIS information in multiple languages. And there was an addition that we added a sentence as, in addition, USCIS should direct its community relations offices in each field office and national benefit centers to develop an outreach plan to reach AA-NHPI communities and their service areas and to develop a language access plan to ensure its community engagement activities are accessible to those communities. And we separated AA and NHPI. You want this by the end of 2023?
Whatever, we just need a timeline on it.
Okay,
Just the guideline, right?
great. End of day. Is everybody comfortable with this change to the recommendation?
By tomorrow.
By tomorrow. Okay, Teresita has put it out. Second, Ajay? Okay. Everybody raise your hand if you approve. Excellent. Unanimous consent. All right. Data Disaggregation Subcommittee had one recommendation. And we have a couple of amendments here, specifying when we say, recommend the Office of Management and Budget amend the minimum data collection standards for race to include guideline recommendations to collect, analyze, and report data on smaller populations such as AA and NHPIs for federal surveys. And then we added a sentence at the end. In addition, it is important to also ensure collection of data from communities with oral language traditions. Are we comfortable with those amendments?
You guys talked about it.
Can you put your mic on? Sorry.
I think we need a little bit more time to sort of flush that out. We do have December where we're setting in more focused attention to removing obstacles in regards to community engagement with data, and I think that fits more in line with that. Because otherwise, is this talking about administrative data or survey data?
Okay.
Administrative data is data that's not generally collected, it's,
Yeah.
retrieved. And then which agency? Because some of these, I think this actually is prime real estate for us and language to do a co-recommendation, targeting a survey and asking for more relevant data collection methods.
So are you asking to withdraw this recommendation for now and come back in December with a more specified recommendation?
Just a sentence.
Just the last sentence, okay.
Because that.
So let's take out the last
Yeah,
sentence.
we assume that's a kind of a strategy that
Okay.
will be included in a future recommendation along with others.
Kim,
Delete the last sentence.
Well, I am still looking at your first sentence where it says to include guideline recommendations to collect, analyze, and report data on smaller populations. And so the collection piece, if you want to take that out and have different guideline standards for that, then I would be comfortable taking out the last sentence. But I don't want to leave populations and communities that have oral language traditions out of the collection guidelines.
No, I think it's important to understand that we're not discounting that. We want to include that in another recommendation in the December meeting that's identifying all the potential obstacles that we have, including languages with oral tradition.
Say that again, Robert.
Okay.
can you give him the mic?
I think what we're trying to say is that this is an important issue, but the way we were looking at it was that this was an obstacle to collecting data, and so there'll be others. This will be part of a follow-up recommendation that we're proposing in December. So this will be part of it along with others.
There is also the option of putting this off until December, so you can fully flesh out everything all together, if that is something that the commission and subcommittee want to think about.
So we spent a good 5 months of doing research and deliberating And so each word on that recommendation was kind of a product of that. And I feel like this added sentence is high priority and should be given that same type of attention in regards to formulating a recommendation. So it's not that we don't think it's important. We think it's important enough that it's done strategically, And so this is a specific recommendation to OMB to add specific requirements regarding the OMB minimum standards. And so the collection piece is not entirely in line with that part of it, because it only talks about, let me see, guideline recommendations, and so if we're saying, that these oral language traditions are important, then we need to be more specific about what we're asking OMB to do with the oral language tradition communities.
Kaying?
Yeah, as someone who is from an oral tradition culture, and I'm also a member of this fabulous data disaggregation subcommittee, that I commit to making sure that our committee will work on a more substantive recommendation for December just on this. And so I'm okay with taking it off, but making sure that we are committed to doing a separate recommendation that just focuses on not just oral traditions, but how do you translate and provide those translations in many forms, right? Because technology fluency is no longer, it makes a lot of information inaccessible to a lot of communities. And so I think that part of it is just like a qualitative surveys and data that we have to collect, and then how do we collect it from people who do not, who are pre-literate, basically. So I just want to say I commit to that, but it's the will of the group here.
Yeah, I wanted to add, I'm a member of that oral tradition as well. So, most people who speak Chamorro don't read it or write it. So the issue is that we thought this recommendation was focused on establishing the minimum standards and expanding that and defining that. And then the next step would be to identify how we collect. And even though we mentioned that, it would be like, to make sure what are the obstacles with specific communities. And I think with Kaying there, Kaying the tiger.
But I also think that this is exactly where we should do a recommendation between our subcommittees. And so this is prime example of how we can work together.
Smita?
Yeah, I was just going to support. I mean, I read this recommendation primarily as a, standard for data collection, not necessary, and collection, analyzation, and reporting on data. You can't analyze and report data unless you collect it. So having the data is important, and how it's analyzed and how it's like sort of bringing it together. So I looked at it slightly different. I think what Kim is saying is also important to make sure we're being as inclusive and thoughtful. I'm reminded of a bit of our conversation earlier and yesterday too, that a lot of these recommendations, we come up, we establish something, but they may go deeper. And so this isn't the final recommendation, is in my view. All these recommendations can actually grow and develop into the next phase and the next stage. And I think what we discovered today on this particular issue is that we're going to do that with this one in terms of including oral traditions and the like.
I just had a couple of thoughts, and one is, thinking about what we mean by minimum, right? And if we discount the fact that there are some individuals who only have oral tradition, some LEP groups, we know that in particular, one of the reasons why NHPI communities aren't disaggregated is because we can't get enough data. And so if you don't actually make it a minimum standard to utilize the oral language traditions or utilize things like the translations into LEP languages, we still won't have enough data to actually analyze. One of the things that we learned from the census was the reason why we oversampled some of the AAPI communities was because community organizations translated a lot of the information to help get more data, right? And so it meant we oversampled our community rather than undersampled the community. So there's a direct tie between collecting and being able to analyze via disaggregation, right? Because you can't disaggregate if you don't have enough data to actually do so, because the boundaries around that in terms of errors will be too high for you to actually get any data, any information from the data that you disaggregate, which is something that I know in my other work I have dealt with all the time, is that we just don't have enough data to be able to disaggregate for a real understanding of what the impact for the situation is. So that's one of the reasons why I say I think it is actually important to say, as a minimum standard, to say that we do need it through oral traditions and through LEP languages.
So I have a question. You've analyzed this for 5 months. What is the harm of having it repeated here and having it in a second, more focused recommendation in December? Is there a harm? We've heard from Commissioner Batayola that in communications, you repeat, and then you repeat it again, and then you say it again, and then you say it a 5th time. I missed the 4th, but you keep repeating it. So is there a harm of adding that? If there's a harm, then I'm willing to take it away. If there's no harm, and it's just emphasizing that there is an importance, then I think we should leave it in.
There actually may be a harm, and the reason why I say that is I've worked with federal agencies, and once they get the ball rolling, they don't want to go back and try and do it again. So if we make a recommendation like, oh yes, we're going to do it, which hardly ever happens, but if it did happen, and we come back again later on with the same recommendation but with extras tied into it, they're going to be like, okay, so you sent me a recommendation that wasn't fully thought out, and also we've already gotten the ball rolling. I know I talked to one agency about changing their form. It was about data, an issue with the data and not being able to connect race with disability status because it's 2 different forms. And the thing is they said, we just spent a year and a half on this. We are not going back to look at this again for another 10 years, just because of the amount of work that they put in. So I do worry a little bit about sending something that isn't fully.
So I want to just comment, and Amia, I really appreciate you answering that. So I think, Kim, the way I would think about it is if the agency decides to go ahead and do it themselves, then your input is not going to matter at that point because they will have done it. So what I would recommend us thinking about is let them think through how that data would be collected from oral traditions. Are there best practices we could be thinking about? That recommendation be more thoughtful in the approach of doing it. It otherwise feels like a throwaway line on this, and I don't think you want to just a throwaway line in a recommendation that we did.
Sure, that's fine, but when I read that first line, I hear, what I see is that you're establishing minimum data collection standards for collection. And so I worry that the oral language traditions are going to be left out.
The minimum standard speaks to the groups that are the categories that you collect. The method of collection is not within sort of what OMB will ask agencies to do. So that's a separate sort of ask to agencies to honor communities that have oral language traditions. So it's a different kind of scope. And may I say, I know you come from a good place, but the tone of your comment as to our time that we spent on it comes off a little sharp. Right?
My apologies, not intended.
Right, and because I think we're on the same page here in that we both value this. And whether we put it in now or whether we put it in later, that doesn't change that. The issue I have, like I said, with what Sono said is, I think we can do it better, and I think we can do it like more effectively. And I know this because that's been our process on our subcommittee, is that we dig deep, we find feasible ways to do it, and then we make our recommendation. And, it's you wouldn't know that because you're not on our subcommittee, but that's why it was a little, I know we can word this so that it's more effective and helps our people better. That's the only reason why.
Teresita and Kevin, I just want to say, Reynald, thank you for that comment, and thank you for the, I want to just say, from my perspective, I respect that you all know what you're doing, and I think that if you all are comfortable with this, then we should just consider that this is a subcommittee that is coming back to us saying, we want to think about it more. So Teresita.
We look alike. I'll lend you my locks. I do want to honor the subcommittee in terms of their desires and what they want to do. In working with immigrant and refugee populations, our health center knows very little about the oral traditions, but there's a lot to be learned from the Native American and the Native Alaskan communities that have oral traditions for communication and language. And so I do think that we should honor and give them the space and time to be able to do the work as appropriately and as comfortably as they can so that they can own the product. Thanks.
So if I could just say one last thing. This is not about the value of oral traditions. This is about the OMB establishing a minimum set of categories from which federal agencies are supposed to count people. So if there's only 8,000 Chamorros in all of the federal agencies, they count them up. Now, what value do we get from 8,000 Chamorros? Well, that's when you go into a data collection. That's a different process. And that's why I think it's pretty easy.
So just, I'll begin by saying in this particular case, I understand what the subcommittee's trying to do. They're trying to separate out the language of what the minimum standards, and then later on come back with more detail on collection and how important this issue is. So I personally defer to you, but I think it's really important to not get into the habit as a commission to say, hey, the subcommittee noodled on this for 5-10 months, whatever it is, and any other commissioner who kind of sets forth their strong opinion about what they think they should see in a recommendation, I don't think we should take it personally in any way. I don't think, Kimberly meant it in a personal way, and I just think that we should have that freedom of space, even though in general, I think the deference to the subcommittee is probably the way to go because of the way we're structured. But the reason why we sit around at the end and vote as a commission and to go through each recommendation as a full commission, I think every commissioner should be able to say that without any subcommittee or any individual feeling like it's a personal attack where the tone of voice might not be what they expect. And it's no disrespect. I just think that's how a commission should operate. So that's just a statement on process that I wanted to bring.
Thank you, Kevin. Really appreciate that. Ajay?
Sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say that I have a neighbor, she's 75 years old, and there was a census data collection, and she could not read the form. So the person who was collecting the data asked the questions, and then she answered those questions, and the person collecting the data filled it out. So that was a situation to me as an oral data collection method. So the intent of this recommendation is to, for the minimum data collection standards, to raise that. So maybe just for a discussion point of view, if the people on the oral traditions are not filling out the form, do we know how are they doing providing the data collection today? Maybe anyone who knows around that, because that's where we are stuck, right?
But can we just clarify?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just want to do a point of clarification. So OMB has currently, they have standards that they use, data standards that were created in 1997. And so there are, for race, there are 5 specific subgroups. So they are American Indian and Alaska Native is one, Asian is another category, Black or African American is a third category, Native Hawaiian or other Pacific Islanders a fourth, and the fifth is white. So I just wanted to clarify that their recommendation is speaking specifically to these standards, not how data should be
Right,
collected. They're
right.
speaking to the categories. I just wanted to clarify because I feel like there's a lot of you all talking past each other when their recommendation is very specific to updating those specific categories. So there's only 5 categories currently in terms of race that OMB collects, and I believe their recommendation is trying to broaden that. So that
Exactly, and that
additional-
was, I was coming to the point
Okay.
that this recommendation is to break down the categories so that we can have more data. Like everybody assumes that all Asians are doing well they're in tech and they're doing well. It's not true. If you look at maybe a certain part of Indian community or Chinese community is in the tech industry doing really well, certain part of other Asian are not doing well. So if this is broken down into certain more categories and data is collected, it will be useful for all kind of budgeting and all kind of analysis. So
I just want
think-
to, again, just be clear about what this is and what it's not.
Yeah.
What it is about expanding the categories.
Exactly.
What it
yeah.
is not is about data collection standards. So, Mia.
Yeah, I just had a quick question. In the OMB minimum data collection standards, is there anything about how to collect data?
Just that the categories are collected.
Okay, so they
But
don't
it's up to every
suggest
federal
how.
agency how they go about
Okay.
that collection.
Okay,
That's why
Right.
it's separate.
okay, thanks.
Okay,
Can I just say something real quick because it was mentioned, is that my addressing tone is not to bring animosity or to cause agitation. I know Kimberly shows her heart. There's absolutely, I have no problem with that. The reason why I address tone is because we come from different backgrounds, we have different experiences, and you should be very clear that sometimes your intent doesn't show in your comments. So when tone becomes an issue, I think it's important for us to just make sure we are clear how it comes off.
so recommendation is to keep the AA and NHPI piece of that, which is such as AA and NHPI, and to take out the last sentence, and the subcommittee has recommended that they would like to come back in December with a very specific recommendation on how data is collected, because this recommendation is not about how data is collected. This recommendation is about OMB expanding the categories for collection to be including more AA and NHPI communities. Does anybody motion? Emily motions. Kamal seconds. Can we please vote? Unanimous consent. We're voting on that recommendation without the last line.
Delete the last sentence.
Correct. All right. We need unanimous consent on that. All right, next, Economic Equity Subcommittee has 3 recommendations. No, that was it. It was OMB. We didn't have any changes to the second bullet. Sorry about that. I just read the first bullet.
Are we supposed to vote on the second?
The second one was, no, we don't. It's the same. It's all the same one. It's to hold a data summit, which I don't think there was any, right. I apologize. I didn't include the second bullet
Okay,
only because it's one
just to
category
make sure
of
that-
things.
Yeah, sorry.
Recommendation.
So just to make sure that we're clear for the public, it is one recommendation with 2 specific action items, and I believe that we had a unanimous vote on that.
Correct.
Okay.
Does everybody understand that we voted on 2 bullets on that recommendation? Yes. Okay. Economic equity. The first recommendation that we are voting on, we modified this to say this recommendation seeks all federal agencies to increase AA and NHPI representation in the federal government at all levels, including career, political, and Senate-confirmed positions, strengthening the pipeline for AA and NHPI workforce to enter and advance up the ranks. And there's more to that, but the modification was including career, political, and Senate-confirmed positions. I believe that captured the comment that everybody had on increasing representation within the federal workforce. Agreed? Somebody motion to approve? I motion. Victoria and Teresita seconds. Can we vote? All in agreement? Unanimous consent. Second recommendation?
I'm sorry, Sonal.
Yes.
So are you going to add that line about cabinet-level positions?
It says that already. It's already added in there. I just read to you, where it says including career, political, and Senate-confirmed positions.
Awesome. Thank you.
The second recommendation is significantly modified, so I'm going to read the whole recommendation. The U.S. Small Business Administration should increase the number of new minority-owned entrants to the federal marketplace to reverse the decline in small business supplier base by taking a series of actions to increase their partnership and outreach to the AA and NHPI community, including with the small business development centers. And I believe that was meeting two requirements. One is to say minority-owned, so it wasn't just small business. And the second was including the small business development centers that are part of SBA. Rob, please, can you turn the?
The Small Business Development Center should be capitalized because it's an entity. It's a functioning entity that is funded by SBA. SBDC.
So it's singular then?
No, it could be plural, but I'm just saying that the center is.
Because it's an entity, he wanted to make
It's
sure it was capitalized,
proper
each of the, so SBDCs. Yeah. Mia?
Sorry, I had one quick question, and I'm sorry I was gone during the time that this was talked about. Do we have a measurable outcome on that? Is there do you want to put that in the recommendation of the percentage? Is it? Yeah, so I think we should have a percentage increase. But it's not in the actual recommendation.
No, she's saying that it should be in the actual self, Ajay.
That we vote on, yeah.
Yeah.
I will just read it out, Mia, for you. As SBA and should reserve 2 to 4% of annual contracts for small businesses, new entrants every year to help the new entrant become more competitive and help settle in the federal marketplace.
Yeah, can we just put that actually in
Sure, up
this
to you,
part of the recommendation, though?
Yep.
Just work on adding that language. It's the very specific piece of by how much. So can you just work with Ajay, and then we'll vote on the next one quickly, just to get his that language in there? Is everyone okay with that language, which is just really adding specificity to the recommendation?
Ajay, the one issue is you can't say 2 to 4% as a set number because you have to say it has set a goal of 2 to 4%. You can't say in the language that you have, you said should reserve 2 to 4%. You can't tell them to mandate based on a ethnic-based criteria. So you have to say to set a goal of 2 to 4%. That's the whole constitutional issue that came up before. Yeah. Because you're using minority-owned entrants.
Mia, the conversation was that legally, we cannot, yeah. Got it, okay. Let's go to the next recommendation on Economic Subcommittee. So this also has specificity that is defined here. Recommendation to advance strategies that engage a strong direct care workforce to meet the rapidly growing demand for long-term services and supports. Specifically, HHS should require states to assess the wage levels necessary to attract a stable workforce and to ensure that the payment of long-term services and supports, which essentially is a worker's wages, can support these wage levels and other costs to strengthen the home care and community-based services across the country. And in the second part, we added to make sure recommendation to protect Asian and Pacific Islander immigrant workers. Jen, I believe that was based on some of the conversations that took place. Is everybody comfortable with the language change? I think it was reflective of the conversation we all had. Okay, somebody want to motion to approve? Ajay and Kevin, I just want to make sure you both are. Are you both okay with this with the changes that Jen included, which were which was reflective of our conversation?
I'm fine.
Great. Anybody motion to approve? Kaying motion. Simon seconds. Can everybody vote?
Yes.
Ajay and Kevin, do you vote on this? All right, we are unanimously approved.
All right.
We'll come back to the we'll go ahead and finish the Economic Subcommittee.
We can go to the immigration.
We'll go to immigration next. I just want to finish the Economic Subcommittee. We'll still make it in time. Will that work?
It's out of control.
It's changing the entire meeting. I will say for the future, I think we should vote on these after the discussion earlier. I think it changes. Because it's totally messed up. It's good to know. But it's not going to have the same meaning at the moment. Because it's not going to minority businesses, it's not new entrants anymore. If you're okay with it, I mean,
It has the detail. It has the detail.
I think the details are okay.
The details are there.
So just to clarify, so just to clarify, there's the recommendation and then there's all the backup for the recommendation, right? That also exists behind it, does that get forwarded on? I mean, we put the, right? Okay.
Yes, so everything will be transmitted eventually to the president. It's just that when you're talking about the specific recommendation and the language that you're voting on, this is what this is what it is, and it will not change.
Got it.
Yeah, and just to add that, just to confirm what Smita said, we have a lot of other additional that will also go with it.
Yes, yes, it will get forwarded to the president, but again, this is the language that will not change, whereas the background and rationale, you know, we may have to add more citations, et cetera, et cetera.
Sure.
I mean, so does this make sense though, Ajay, because we're now saying, we're going from, this was a new entrance proposal and it's
I'm
going-
sorry, Smith, yeah.
This was a new entrance proposal, and now it's reading with the goal of achieving 2 to 4 annual contracts awarded to minority-owned enterprises. Is it minority-owned new entrants? Or is it, because it seems like it's slightly, we're not.
If you substitute the word exceeding 2 to 4% of annual.
Yeah, I think what it's trying
My
to,
concern is, I would assume we're doing more than 2 to 4% at the federal level for minority businesses.
Can I go
So-
back to Mia?
Yeah.
Saying that the wording, what you're asking, is there in the detail of the recommendation, not in this header. So instead of getting stuck in this, changing the header, it is there in the whole detail. I mean, will that suffice? I mean, because changing this on the fly, this whole thing.
I mean, that's fine. I'm just saying that sometimes it's good to have a goal in mind, and folks in the public won't see that goal out in public.
My understanding, it will be in public. I mean.
Okay.
Yeah, it will
but
be.
Smita's right. I mean, we're doing two different things here. You need to add the word after annual contracts awarded to new minority-owned enterprises or newly entering, because that's what you're trying to say, right? The recommendations, we're trying to give business, set a goal to give business to the new minority businesses that are coming in every year versus just overall 2 to 4% of minority-owned businesses.
So might I suggest, since we have this in the recommendation detail, Mia, does it need to, do you feel comfortable with them not having it in there, but it's in the detail that will get publicly put onto the website once it's transmitted to the president?
I'm sorry, can I just interrupt really quickly? So with all due respect, you need to be mindful that it's possible that the recommendation here itself might be separated at some point from the other details. And if that happens, are you still comfortable with that?
I think with the change which Kevin just added, new entrants for minority business, I think we have considered everyone's inputs now.
The U.S. Small Business Administration should increase the number of new minority-owned entrants to the federal marketplace with the goal of achieving 2 to 4% of annual contracts awarded to new minority-owned enterprises.
It's a low bar.
Does that achieve your goal of what you are trying to recommend?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think now it does, yeah.
Okay. Mia, are you
Makes
comfortable?
sense.
Okay, great. Are we, Teresita?
Unfortunately, my discomfort is I don't know what the base number is. I don't know if 2 to 4% is a plus or it's a flat performance or it's less than. So for me, it does complicate this recommendation a whole lot more than necessary.
There is none today. There is none today in terms of,
Minority new entrants.
there's none today. So that is why this recommendation is to start something, and then gradually somebody can come up with 5% or 10% to build upon it, but this is to get a foothold in the marketplace. I mean.
Just to clarify, Ajay, so you're saying, just confirm what you just said, there are 0 minority-based or 0 A and HPI new entrants?
New entrants.
Minority-based,
Yeah, right.
new entrants total?
There's none today. The idea, There's no goal.
There's no goal.
There's no goal.
Okay, just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, right,
The
there's no goal.
Right, exactly.
And the idea is that we get more,
Okay. So there's no goal today. We're recommending a goal as a base start of increasing by 2 to 4%. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are we comfortable with that?
Yes.
Can somebody motion?
It's not what it says.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I get what you said, but it doesn't, I don't think that's what it says, yeah? It says the goal of achieving 2 to 4% of annual contracts total, not more, or more than what's current.
More
I think this is, so what's
increase?
really funny, the original recommendation was like one sentence, and now it's like 3 or 4 sentences, so I think the whole recommendation is changed
We-
substantially, and I'm not sure that it's, I can appreciate everyone's sort of question about it. I think the original intent of this was to increase the engagement, increase the opportunity for new AA and NHPI entrants into the federal marketplace. That was the original one. I think we've added, sort of this contracting piece, increasing partnerships, the SBDC and all the rest of it. But I think it was actually just the intent was very simple. We want to increase the number of AA and NHPI minority suppliers into the marketplace, and the way we want to do it is by establishing a goal that not only do you enter the marketplace, that you are, I think the intent here was that if you have a set aside at the federal level for 2 to 4%, then it will also
Become
bring
the
people
minimum.
in,
Yeah.
right? It creates a minimum, and so people will have to come in, because oftentimes, as we know, people who are creating, they'll join the SBA, or they'll join, the 8A program, or whatever program that they join, but they won't actually gain any contracts, and there'll be new people for a while. I think the intent of this is to create on both ends of it. Hey, we're entering the marketplace, but here's opportunity for you.
Could we just add the goal of achieving a 2 to 4% increase in the awarding of annual contracts to new minority-owned businesses?
that's good.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I think the increase.
Okay, can we add the word increase?
So 4% increase of annual contracts.
Yeah, but then you're compounding, right? Every year you're increasing by 4%. You're asking them to do the. But it wouldn't work because of the.
Do you
Okay,
have a,
I will request not to over-engineer it. It's very simple recommendation. And if the content is there, idea is there, but we can take the word increase, what you suggested. I will requested that.
no, he's not requesting. Do you want to, I don't know that there's an agreement on the commission to say that, the word increase.
No, it should be increase year over year. That'd be- In like 20 years, we'll be at like 80%.
So you could put a timeline of like 5 years or 2 years or whatever in terms of how much you want it to increase. I'm just saying this because as a person who's worked with agencies that have worked on this type of stuff, they'll take like a one increase as like an award or a win. And so I just think that it's good for us to give them a goal to reach rather than allowing them to decide the goal for you.
The intent of this recommendation is 2 to 4% to start with. And if there's a future recommendation to increase it every year or next 5 years, that will be a separate recommendation. This recommendation is to start, give them a place, because as we see, the small business has been declining for last 10 years. So this is just to stop that and give them entry. Future recommendation, we can come up with more, but it is.
There's a commissioner in about 2 minutes, so I want to make one of 2 recommendations here. So one, we can go with the language as written right now, or we can go back to the original language.
There is the third option of putting this off until December.
Yeah, I think we should table this till December. I don't think people are really understanding what we're trying to do, even though I think we're trying to explain it. And if that's an issue with the commission, I don't want to just push it through. Can we just take a step back?
If everybody wants, we can pull it off. If people want to proceed with it, we can proceed with it. The option is both.
All right.
Both is fine.
Why don't I recommend we push it off, if everybody is okay with that, till December? Are we good with that?
I think as the committee chairs, we're supporting fully.
Okay.
Pulling it back, so I think that's.
Can we
Let's-
get a motion to
Can
table?
we get a motion to approve that we push this off till December?
I motion to table to December.
Victoria, second.
Second.
Kevin, seconds. Can everybody raise their hands if they're okay with that? All right, we are unanimous. Emily? Yeah.
I raised my hand. Sorry, it's just short arm.
All right. I want to quickly go through immigration and citizenship. We have two recommendations. Significantly reworded, so I'm going to start with, first, ICE should exercise its authority to release individuals from detention or decline to detain those who are able to demonstrate that they do not pose a risk to public safety, including those with criminal convictions that are 5 years old or older. The second bullet, for families of individuals who are detained, ICE should have a clear process that informs family members, counsel, and/or advocacy organizations about the detained person's whereabouts and case status. Third bullet, ICE should reduce the burden on AA and NHPIs subject to supervision by adopting the following procedures to ensure their processes center dignity with the ultimate goal of reuniting families. And the sub-bullets have not changed. And then the last two bullets, USCIS should provide longer durations of employment authorization for individuals with long-term orders of supervision who are unlikely to be removed in the next several years. These two recommendations have not been modified. Am I correct? Okay. The last one also has not been modified. Okay, so the ones that have been modified were at the top, based, I believe, on a recommendation for more clarification, Grace, about what exactly was within law and what was a recommendation that ICE use its authorities differently. Kevin, I believe that was a question you had asked, and so I believe it has been addressed. Teresita has put the motion for vote. Anybody second? Second. Jen seconds. Can we vote? Everybody, please raise your hand if you approve. Unanimous approval? Ajay, you're okay with this? Okay. All right. Second recommendation. USC, this has not changed. Again, this is about H-1B and L-1 visas to re-enter the U.S. by obtaining restamping. And then the second is H-1B, L-1B visa holders can have travel documents to come back. Simon moves to approve. Reinhold seconds. I'm going to use his hand. Can we vote? Everybody in approval? We have unanimous consent. All right. You have now approved all of the recommendations. We have tabled one recommendation. Thank you all for all of the hard work. Before we leave, I just want to summarize a few points that we had for the conversation here. One, I want to just say thank you to all of you for the amount of work that goes into each of these recommendations. As you heard, the spirited conversations, it's spirited because we all care so deeply. And it's amazing how much we all care so deeply about this. So I appreciate the spirit by which we are having these conversations and the approach. Just quickly, in summary, there was a large emphasis from all of you, especially in the strategic conversation, about increased communication and community engagement. I'm recommending that each of the subcommittees think about how we communicate and engage with communities as a part of the work that we do, especially as we go into the last year of the commission. There was conversation about integration of language access and data disaggregation. I am suggesting we not do that. We continue with the subcommittee and have those of you that might want to participate in other subcommittees, please let your DFOs know. We will send out a calendar for everybody so everybody knows when the committees and subcommittees are meeting. There is a requirement that there cannot be more than 12 members of the commission on there. COFA was also raised several times, and I know that Amy and Robert are going to work on area of collaboration for subcommittees on COFA recommendations. If you all need help, please let us know, and if there's ways that we can be helpful, but do think it's important that we include Pacific Island community recommendations into our subcommittee recommendations, as this is very much a part of who we are. So each of you, as you think about your subcommittees, please do think about the Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander recommendations that we put in. Many of you talked about prioritization of the commission and the staffing. Heard, well heard, multiplied heard. We will continue to work on this. This may be a recommendation that we as a commission make to the next commission in the next round to make sure that that there is consistency and that there is funding for the We Not Be initiative to make sure that our executive director and team have the resources that they need to do their job. Ajay raised the conversation, and many of you also talked about youth voices, and so we will, please think about that in each of your subcommittees as you think about how do we get in voices. As we think about the December commission meeting, and we have open, we have a public comment period, please think about going out to younger communities and having them participate in the comment period and issues that they think are important for us to consider. And again, want to each of you, as we talked about and Mia raised, like, I know the subcommittees, I mean, the commission's already going to write a report, a summary report, but think about the legacy that you want for each of your subcommittees, but also for this commission. What will we have said we did? What was the approach that we took? And as you think about the next round of comments and recommendations, write that in your head. Write that statement so you know what when we make those recommendations, we can show the legacy of this commission and the approach that we took and the recommendations that we made. So again, want to really appreciate all of the work that went in. There was a lot of time that went in, and thank you all for taking so much time and participating in this commission. There's a lot of work to do still ahead. A year is not a long time. But if I just think about the list of things that you all are working on, it's going to be important that we come together and make sure we have a set of priorities that we want to show. So thank you all. I want to really say a huge thank you to Crystal, Carol, and the whole team of our DFOs that work with us. Rebecca, thank you. And Emmeline, thank you for joining us for this. And a huge thank you to Erica for everything she does for us at the White House. Thank you all.
And a huge thank you to our Chief Commissioner, Sonal Shah.